The Coliseum, also known as the Flavian Amphitheatre, stands as one of the most iconic monuments of ancient Rome to modern eyes. It represents grandeur, architectural brilliance, and the glory of the Roman Empire. But behind its stone arches and sweeping tiers lay a purpose that was both practical and chilling: to entertain the masses through violence. Construction began under Emperor Vespasian around 70 AD and was completed by his son, Titus, in 80 AD. The amphitheatre was built as a gift to the Roman people, a statement of imperial power after the chaos of civil war. Funded largely by spoils from the Jewish war, including the sack of Jerusalem, the Colosseum was meant to symbolize stability and the emperor's generosity. Unlike modern stadiums, the Colosseum wasn't here built for games of skill or sport in the sense we think of today. It was created for spectacle bloody contests that combined theater, ritual, and violence. Gladiatorial combat, animal hunts, and staged executions would fill its calendar. In short, it was a machine designed to churn out death and entertainment day after day. The scale of the structure itself was awe-inspiring. It could hold between 50,000 and 80,000 spectators, seated according to social class. Senators and nobles occupied the best seats near the arena, while ordinary citizens sat higher up. Even slaves and women were allowed to attend, but in the worst positions. Its very design reflected Roman society's hierarchy. The closer you sat to the blood, the more powerful you were. The Colosseum was also a statement of Rome's mastery over engineering. Built with concrete, stone, and iron clamps, it rose 4 stories high, with entrances and exits so well organized that the arena could be filled or emptied in minutes. An underground system of tunnels, called the Hypogeum, housed animals, gladiators, and stage machinery. Elevators and trapdoors allowed lions or armed men to appear suddenly in the arena, heightening the drama for the crowd. But while modern visitors might admire the architecture, for those who stepped into the arena, the experience was terrifying. The games were designed not only for entertainment, but also as a demonstration of imperial control. By deciding who lived and who died in the arena, emperors displayed their absolute power over life itself. The opening games in 80 AD lasted for 100 days, during which thousands of animals and humans were slaughtered. Elephants, lions, and exotic beasts imported from across the empire were killed in hunts staged to impress audiences. Gladiators fought to exhaustion, sometimes to the death, their struggles cheered on by roaring crowds. To the Romans, these events were not considered cruelty, but spectacular celebration of discipline, bravery, and conquest. If you imagine yourself as a spectator in those stands, the experience might feel overwhelming. The noise of the crowd, the smell of sweat and blood, the sight of men fighting for survival. But if you imagine yourself as a participant, a gladiator, a criminal sentenced to death, or even a wild animal dragged from its habitat, the Colosseum becomes something else entirely. A place where your life would almost certainly be short and brutal. This was the paradox of the Colosseum. To the Roman people, it was a symbol of their greatness. To those forced into the arena, it was a death sentence. The structure we admire today as a ruin was, in its time, the stage for countless lives cut short. In this way, the Colosseum reflects a fundamental truth of Roman society. Power was demonstrated through spectacle, and entertainment was inseparable from violence. For the audience, it was a thrilling distraction. For the participants, it was often the last thing they ever saw. The Colosseum was not merely a building, it was an instrument. Its very architecture was designed to serve a single purpose: to showcase violence in the most efficient, dramatic, and spectacular way possible. To understand why someone in ancient Rome wouldn't live long inside its walls, one has to look carefully at how every detail of the structure was engineered not for comfort, but for blood. The arena floor, made of wood and covered with sand, was the central stage. The Latin word for sand, arena, is where we get the term arena today. The sand was not chosen for aesthetics. It served a grimly practical function. It absorbed blood, sweat, and the fluids of death. Day after day, the sand would be soaked with the evidence of the violence that unfolded, then raked clean or replaced to prepare for the next show. Beneath that wooden floor lay the Hypogeum, a labyrinth of tunnels, cages, and machinery that allowed for elaborate stagecraft. Gladiators could be lifted suddenly into the arena through trapdoors. Wild animals could be released from hidden pens. For the crowd, it was a spectacle of surprise. For those inside, it meant that death could appear without warning. The seating arrangement also reveals the Colosseum's function as an arena of power. At the base sat the emperor in a lavishly decorated box, commanding the best view of the slaughter. Next to him were senators, nobles, and the most powerful citizens of Rome. Each level up represented a lower social class, culminating with women, slaves, and the poorest citizens crammed into the highest seats. From top to bottom, the Colosseum was a reflection of Roman society, a hierarchy literally built into stone. The closer you were to the spectacle, the closer you were to power. Ventilation shafts, corridors, and vomitorial passageways that allowed crowds to enter and exit rapidly were designed with precision. To modern visitors, they seem like clever feats of engineering, but in practice, they made the control of massive crowds possible, ensuring that tens of thousands could watch the shows without chaos. The design funneled the attention of the masses onto the central stage, the killing ground. Even the decorations reinforced the bloody purpose of the arena. Marble statues of gods and emperors adorned the upper levels, reminding the crowd that violence was sanctioned by both divine and political authority. Shields, spears, and symbolic weapons were displayed as ornaments. The message was clear. What happened here was not murder, but ritual, cloaked in grandeur. The Hypogeum beneath the floor was perhaps the most terrifying element. Imagine standing in a dark, stinking tunnel, hearing the roar of the crowd above, waiting for a trapdoor to open and thrust you into the blinding light of the arena. 4 animals brought from far corners of the empire: lions from Africa, elephants from India, crocodiles from the Nitha, Hypogeum was a prison before slaughter. For gladiators and condemned criminals, it was the waiting room of death. This subterranean world was operated by a vast workforce: engineers, slaves, handlers, and stagehands. They controlled pulleys, cages, and platforms, creating illusions that amazed the crowd. Trees could rise from the floor, entire sets could appear, and animals could spring from nowhere. The technology was advanced for its time, but its purpose was to intensify the experience of violence. To spectators, the architecture created excitement. To participants, it created fear. There was no escape. The oval shape of the arena ensured that no corner was too far from view, no place to hide from opponents or wild beasts. Every movement, every blow, every death was visible to the audience. The design forced combatants to fight under constant surveillance, turning survival into theater. The Coliseum also amplified the sound of the crowd. The cheers, jeers, and roars of tens of thousands echoed through its stone arches, surrounding those in the arena. For a gladiator or prisoner, it must have felt like standing inside the lungs of Rome itself, with the voices of an empire demanding either your courage or your blood. This was the genius and the horror of the architecture. It was not neutral. It was an active participant in the violence. Every arch, every seat, every tunnel was part of a machine built for killing. To walk into the Coliseum as a spectator was to enter a place of marvel. To walk into it as a participant was to step into a death trap. The Colosseum has survived for nearly 2,000 years, its ruins still standing in Rome. Tourists admire its arches and corridors, take photographs in its shade, and marvel at its endurance. But beneath the admiration lies a chilling truth. The Colosseum was designed not as a monument to life, but to death. It was the architecture of blood, and for those forced into its sand-covered stage, survival was the exception, not the rule. When the Coliseum opened its doors in 80 AD, Emperor Titus knew he was not simply unveiling a building. He was unveiling a promise, a pledge that Rome would provide its citizens with entertainment so grand, so overwhelming, that they would never question the power of the empire. To mark the occasion, Titus staged a celebration unlike anything Rome had ever seen. 100 consecutive days of games. The sheer scale of these inaugural festivities is difficult to imagine. Ancient sources report that thousands of animals were slaughtered, from lions and tigers to bears, crocodiles, and elephants. Exotic creatures from every corner of the empire were paraded and then killed. The hunts, called Venations, were staged as contests between trained hunters and wild beasts. But the outcome was rarely in doubt. The animals, dragged from their habitats and thrust into the chaos of the arena, had little chance of survival. For the crowd, however, this was part of the thrill, to witness Rome's domination of nature itself. But it wasn't only animals that died in those first games. Gladiators, prisoners of war, and condemned criminals filled the sands as well. The crowd came to see bravery, but also blood. Public executions were often woven into the schedule, dramatized as mythological reenactments. A prisoner might be dressed as a character from legend and then killed in a manner that matched the story. Burned alive like Hercules on his pyre, barge, or devoured by beasts like Orpheus. To the audience, these were not mere killings, but theatre. To the condemned, they were nightmares turned into ritual. The cost of such spectacles was staggering. Emperors spent fortunes importing animals, training gladiators, and building elaborate sets. Ships were sometimes constructed inside the arena for mock naval battles. Entire landscapes, complete with trees and hills, were recreated for dramatic hunts. Each day's events were a logistical marvel, requiring the labor of thousands of workers. The Coliseum was not only an amphitheatre, it was an economy of death, sustaining trades from animal handlers to armorers. Yet the expense was considered worthwhile. For emperors, the games were political tools. By providing free entertainment, they secured the loyalty of the masses. The phrase panem et circuses bred and circuses captures this reality. As long as the people had food and games, they were less likely to rebel. The Coliseum was, in this sense, an investment in control. The lives lost in its sand were the price of political stability. For those who found themselves inside the arena, however, the spectacle was a death sentence. A criminal condemned to fight beasts might last only minutes. A poorly armed gladiator might not survive his first combat. Even trained fighters lived precariously, their lives dependent on skill, luck, and the whims of the crowd. Survival was rare, and those who endured did so only by risking their bodies day after day. The psychological weight must have been immense. Imagine waiting in the tunnels of the Hypogeum, listening to the thunder of tens of thousands above, knowing that the moment you rose through the trapdoor, your life expectancy might be measured in minutes. To the audience, you were entertainment. To yourself, you were prey. The first games set the tone for what the Colosseum would represent for centuries. Not a celebration of life, but a display of how cheaply life could be spent for the sake of spectacle. The blood of animals, gladiators, and prisoners stained the sand, and the crowd cheered louder with every death. It was not cruelty hidden in shadows, but cruelty elevated into ritual, accepted as part of civic life. When the 100 days ended, Rome had been dazzled, and the Colosseum had fulfilled its purpose. It was not just a building. It was a stage where the empire displayed its dominance over people, nature, and life itself. For the emperors, it was proof of their generosity. For the crowd, it was entertainment. For the countless beings forced into its sands, it was a place where survival was fleeting, and death was almost certain. The opening of the Colosseum set a precedent that endured for centuries. Its walls, still standing today, remind us that this was not just a monument of stone, but of blood. If you were unlucky enough to step into its arena during those first 100 days, the truth was simple: you would not live long. The Colosseum was a machine of death, but it was also a mirror of Roman society. To understand why the games endured for centuries, one must look at the psychology of the crowd. Tens of thousands of citizens gathered together, their voices rising as one, shaping the fate of those in the sand. The audience did not merely watch the spectacle, they became part of it, dyers feeding the very system that consumed men and beasts. For the ordinary Roman, attending the games was both privilege and duty. Admission was free, offered by the emperor or wealthy sponsors as a gift to the people. Bread was sometimes distributed alongside tickets, ensuring that even the poor could attend. For many, this generosity created gratitude, binding them to the state. The games were not only entertainment, but also reassurance that Rome cared for its citizens, or at least knew how to keep them satisfied. Psychologically, the crowd was swept into a collective identity. Alone, a man might hesitate to cry for blood. Surrounded by tens of thousands, he shouted without restraint. The amphitheatre amplified not only voices, but emotions, turning individuals into a mass. This mob mentality heightened excitement, dulled compassion, and transformed the deaths of strangers into shared celebrations. To be part of the crowd was to surrender individuality, dissolving into the roar of Rome. The games also satisfied deep psychological cravings. They offered catharsis, releasing tension through the spectacle of violence. For citizens living in a city crowded with poverty, disease, and political tension, the arena provided escape. The sight of men fighting to the death, or beasts charging into the sand, allowed them to vent emotions in a controlled space. Violence became entertainment, but it was also therapy, purging fear through spectacle. At the same time, the games reinforced social hierarchies. Seated in strict tiers, spectators were constantly reminded of their place in society. Senators and nobles sat close to the arena, their status confirmed by proximity to the emperor. Commoners filled the middle seats, while women and slaves crowded the highest tiers. This arrangement taught every Roman that order was natural, that society itself was structured like the amphitheatre. By accepting their place in the stands, they also accepted their place in Rome. The crowd also believed they held real power. When a gladiator fell and raised a finger, his fate rested on their cries. A shout of "Mit," spare him, or "Jugula," kill him, could decide life or death. In reality, the emperor had the final word, but he often followed the crowd's mood. This illusion of influence was intoxicating. Ordinary Romans, who had little say in politics, could feel the thrill of authority in the arena. For a moment, they were masters of fate, but this sense of power also normalized cruelty. To demand death was to participate in violence without consequence. Children grew up cheering executions. Women shouted for blood, and men wagered on which fighter would die. The collective nature of the crowd dulled individual guilt. When thousands screamed for a throat to be cut, no one felt responsible. The amphitheatre became a space where cruelty was not only allowed but celebrated. The crowd's psychology was also shaped by propaganda. The emperor's presence reminded them that the games were a gift of imperial power. When exotic animals appeared, they saw proof of Rome's vast conquests. When criminals were executed, they saw the price of disobedience. Each spectacle confirmed the greatness of Rome and their place within it. The crowd left not only entertained but indoctrinated. For the individuals in the arena, the psychology of the crowd was terrifying. They knew their lives depended on strangers' whims. A fighter who had performed bravely might still die if the audience demanded it. A prisoner might beg for mercy, only to hear thousands chant for his blood. The weight of the crowd was inescapable, pressing down from every seat, turning human lives into plaything. The Coliseum thus reveals the dark side of collective psychology. It showed how ordinary people, gathered in numbers, could revel in cruelty they might never commit alone. It proved how spectacle could distract from hardship, how shared identity could silence compassion, and how power could be exercised not through reason but through raw. For the Romans, the games strengthened unity, discipline, and loyalty to empire. For those who suffered in the arena, the psychology of the crowd meant their deaths were inevitable. In such a system, survival was never the goal, only satisfaction of the masses. And when 50,000 voices demanded blood, few in the sand lived long enough to resist. For the emperors of Rome, the Colosseum was more than a venue of blood. It was a stage for their image, carefully crafted and broadcast to tens of thousands of citizens at once. To sit in the imperial box was to embody both benefactor and judge, godlike in authority, yet generous in spectacle. The psychological weight of the games did not fall only on the gladiators or the crowd. It also shaped the way the emperor was remembered, his legacy tied to the sand soaked in blood. From the moment he appeared in the amphitheatre, the emperor was the focus of attention. Trumpets heralded his arrival. The crowd rose in unison, and the games did not begin until he was seated. His very presence reinforced the idea that the spectacle was his gift. Without him, there were no games. This psychological connection between ruler and entertainment cemented loyalty. As long as the emperor gave blood and bread, he was seen as protector and provider. The emperor's role extended into the drama itself. When a gladiator fell, the crowd might cry out, but the emperor delivered the final decision. A turn of his thumb could spare or kill. In that moment, he was more than a man. He was fate incarnate. The psychology of such power was immense. The people saw him as both merciful and merciless, his authority stretching not only over Rome's laws, but over life itself. This symbolic authority was reinforced through generosity. The games were staggeringly expensive, but emperors spent freely to secure favor. Titus, who opened the Coliseum, staged 100 days of games, winning love after the devastation of Mount Vesuvius and a great fire. Trajan went further, allegedly hosting spectacles involving thousands of men and animals to celebrate his conquests. These lavish displays carved their names into memory, long after the blood had dried. Yet the games also allowed emperors to display personality and policy. A ruler who showed mercy might be praised as compassionate. One who condemned fighters without hesitation might be admired as strong. The crowd interpreted these gestures as reflections of imperial character. Mercy was not simply kindness, it was propaganda. Cruelty was not simply violence, it was power. The amphitheatre magnified every gesture into a message. Some emperors abused this stage. Commodus, infamous for his vanity, descended into the arena himself, fighting as a gladiator. Though his contests were staged for safety, the act blurred the line between emperor and performer, shocking elites but thrilling the masses. His legacy, however, was tarnished by excess. For others, like Marcus Aurelius, who disliked the games but tolerated them, restraints shaped their reputation. Each emperor's approach to the spectacles became part of how history judged him. The Coliseum also ensured that emperors were remembered in stone. Inscriptions, dedications, and even the building itself linked their names to grandeur. Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian left their dynasty etched into the arches, forever tied to the monument. Later rulers who restored or expanded the structure claimed its glory as their own. To associate oneself with the Colosseum was to declare continuity with Rome's might. But this psychological bond between emperor, people, and spectacle was fragile. An emperor who failed to provide games risked appearing weak or stingy. Crowds could turn restless, their loyalty wavering if their appetite for blood was not fed. Bread and circuses were more than gifts. They were necessities of rule. The people expected entertainment, and to deny it was to risk rebellion. For the victims in the arena, the emperor's image was terrifyingly real. Their survival might depend on his whim, their deaths sealed by his gesture. To die before the emperor was to become part of his performance, their lives consumed to polish his reputation. Few individuals could resist such power, for in that moment the emperor was destiny itself. In the long arc of history, emperors used the games to craft legacies of grandeur. Some succeeded, remembered as generous patrons of the people. Others were mocked, their excesses staining their names. But all shared one truth. Their image was built on the blood of thousands. The Colosseum immortalized rulers, not only in marble, but in memory, binding their power to the spectacle of death. Thus, the psychology of the emperor in the arena was twofold. He controlled the crowd by giving them violence, and he secured his own legacy by being its master. But his glory always came at a price. For the men and beasts in the sand, the emperor's image meant that survival was never the priority. Their deaths were necessary, not only for entertainment, but to carve the ruler's name into eternity. For centuries, the Colosseum embodied the grandeur of Rome's engineering, its power, and its appetite for blood. But no institution, no matter how mighty, is immune to decline. By the 3rd century AD, cracks began to appear, not only in the amphitheatre's walls, but in the culture that had sustained the games. The decline of gladiatorial combat and public spectacles did not happen overnight. It was a slow unraveling, shaped by economic strain, shifting politics, and changing values. The first signs came from the cost of the games. For emperors and wealthy patrons, funding massive spectacles became increasingly burdensome. As Rome's economy faltered under the weight of wars, inflation, and corruption, fewer resources could be spared for blood and pageantry. Importing exotic animals from distant provinces was enormously expensive, requiring ships, handlers, and entire hunting expeditions. Maintaining gladiator schools drained coffers. In an empire struggling to defend its borders, the price of spectacle began to seem wasteful. Another factor was the instability of leadership. The 3rd century was marked by rapid successions and civil wars. Emperors rose and fell with dizzying speed, many ruling for only months before being assassinated or overthrown. These unstable leaders had little time or resources to stage grand games. Their focus was survival, not spectacle. Without consistent imperial sponsorship, the frequency and scale of the games dwindled. The growing influence of Christianity also chipped away at the foundations of gladiatorial culture. Early Christians condemned the games as immoral, seeing them as glorifications of cruelty and idolatry. While their voices were initially drowned out by the roar of the crowd, their numbers grew steadily. By the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, Christian leaders actively campaigned against gladiatorial combat. To them, the arena was not a place of honor but of sin, where human lives were wasted for pleasure. Simultaneously, cultural tastes began to shift. Rome's citizens had once craved the shock of death, but after centuries of repetition, the novelty wore thin. Gladiatorial combat became predictable, its rituals familiar. Some emperors attempted to revive interest with increasingly elaborate spectacles, but the very need for novelty suggested decline. What had once united the people of Rome now seemed, to some, barbaric and outdated. Natural disasters and neglect also played a role. The Coliseum suffered damage from fires and earthquakes, requiring costly repairs. Each restoration demanded imperial resources, but as the empire weakened, funds were diverted elsewhere. By the time of the later emperors, sections of the amphitheatre lay in ruin, symbolic of Rome's waning power. The changing role of the military further undermined the games. In earlier centuries, gladiators had been admired as symbols of courage, mirroring the values of Rome's legions. But as the empire faced relentless invasions, real soldiers replaced gladiators as the true heroes. Military victories or defeats mattered more to survival than staged spectacles. The admiration once reserved for fighters in the arena shifted toward those on the battlefield. Despite these signs of decline, the games did not vanish immediately. Emperors continued to stage them when possible, and the Coliseum still filled with crowds. But the energy that had once made the games the heartbeat of Rome began to fade. What had been central to civic life now became occasional, a shadow of former glory. For the men and animals forced into the arena, the decline meant little. They still faced death, still endured the machinery of spectacle. But for Rome as a whole, the beginning of the end had arrived. The Coliseum, once the symbol of eternal empire, was beginning its slow descent into memory. The early signs of decline reveal a truth. The games were never eternal. They depended on wealth, stability, and belief in the spectacle. When those pillars weakened, so too did the blood-soaked rhythm of the arena. And though the crowd still cheered, the echoes were quieter, the sound less certain, the grandeur fading. The empire that had built the world's greatest theater of death was beginning to lose interest in the show. The rise of Christianity was one of the most powerful forces reshaping the Roman world, and its influence reached even into the blood-soaked sands of the Coliseum. What had once been celebrated as noble spectacle gradually came to be condemned as cruelty, idolatry, and sin. The faith that began as a persecuted minority movement grew into a religion capable of dismantling centuries of tradition, including the games that had defined Roman entertainment. From its earliest days, Christianity opposed the values embodied by gladiatorial combat. The faith preached compassion, mercy, and the sanctity of life principles, directly at odds with the idea of men killing one another for amusement. While Roman citizens cheered for courage and death, Christians mourned the waste of human souls. Writers like Tertullian, in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, denounced the games as spectacles of blood and violence unworthy of God's creation. To him, the amphitheatre was not a place of glory, but a place of corruption. Early Christians also rejected the pagan rituals intertwined with the games. The Coliseum was filled with statues of gods, and many spectacles were staged as offerings to Mars, Nemesis, or other deities. To attend was, in their eyes, to participate in idolatry. Refusing to attend the games became a form of quiet resistance, marking Christians apart from the wider culture of Rome. In a society where attendance was nearly universal, such abstention was radical. Persecution, paradoxically, strengthened this stance. Many Christians were executed in arenas across the empire, sometimes mauled by beasts in front of jeering crowds. Their deaths were intended as warnings, but often became acts of martyrdom, inspiring others to faith. The memory of believers dying in the sand gave Christians further reason to despise the spectacles. To them, the games were not entertainment, but sights of horror, where their brothers and sisters had been slaughtered. As Christianity grew, so did its influence over Roman leaders. By the early 4th century, emperors could no longer ignore the faith's spread. Constantine the Great, after converting to Christianity, did not abolish the games outright, but reduced their importance. He preferred to present himself as a Christian emperor, building churches and sponsoring festivals that aligned with the new faith. Gladiatorial schools began to decline under his reign, and while spectacles continued, they lost much of their imperial patronage. The decisive blow came later in the century. In 404 AD, the Emperor Honorius officially banned gladiatorial combat after the martyrdom of a Christian monk named Telemachus. According to tradition, Telemachus entered an arena in Rome, attempting to stop a fight. The crowd turned on him, and he was killed. Outrage at his death, combined with pressure from Christian leaders, pushed Honorius to outlaw the games entirely. Though animal hunts and other spectacles lingered, the age of gladiators was effectively over. Christianity reframed the very way Romans thought about violence. Where once bravery was proven in the arena, Christians argued that true courage was shown through faith and endurance. Where once sacrifice meant blood spilled for gods and emperors, Christians preached the sacrifice of Christ as the only one that mattered. The values of empire and spectacle were overturned by values of humility, compassion, and eternal salvation. The decline of the games under Christianity also marked a broader cultural shift. The Coliseum, once the heartbeat of Roman life, became a relic. As churches rose across the empire, the amphitheatre fell into neglect. Its stones were repurposed for other buildings. Its glory faded. What had been the stage of Rome's identity became a symbol of its past the new faith sought to leave behind. For the victims who had once bled in the sand, the Christian condemnation of the games came too late. Their lives had already been consumed, but their suffering became part of the narrative of triumph for the new faith, proof of the cruelty of the old order and the necessity of change. Thus, Christianity played one of the central roles in ending the age of gladiators. It shifted the empire's moral compass, transformed its rulers, and redefined what it meant to be Roman. The Coliseum, once filled with roars, grew silent, a monument not to eternal spectacle but to the fragility of human traditions in the face of new beliefs. By the 5th century A.D., the gladiatorial games, once the lifeblood of Roman entertainment, were fading into memory. The spectacle that had thrilled generations, uniting rich and poor in their appetite for blood, finally reached its end. But the collapse of this tradition was not sudden. It was the result of centuries of shifting values, political upheaval, and the slow erosion of an empire that could no longer sustain the extravagance of death. The decline began quietly. Fewer emperors staged grand spectacles, and when they did, the scale was smaller. The cost of transporting animals, maintaining gladiator schools, and repairing the Coliseum itself became overwhelming. As wars drained the empire's treasury, resources that had once funded games were redirected to defending collapsing borders. Bread and circuses gave way to soldiers and fortifications. The cultural tide also turned. Christianity, growing in influence after Constantine's conversion, steadily undermined the legitimacy of the games. Where Romans had once praised courage in the arena, Christians saw senseless cruelty. Where death had been framed as sacrifice to the gods, Christians proclaimed it as sin. By the early 400s, these voices could no longer be ignored. The amphitheatre, once a temple to Rome's gods, now seemed an affront to the one God of the new faith. The final blow came with the story of Telemachus, a monk who, according to tradition, leaped into the arena to stop a fight. The enraged crowd killed him, but his sacrifice sparked outrage. Emperor Honorius, under pressure from Christian leaders, responded by banning gladiatorial combat in 404 AD, though animal hunts and smaller spectacles lingered. The iconic duels of sword against sword, man against man, were gone. The profession of gladiator, once a path to fame, fear, and fortune, ceased to exist. For the fighters themselves, the end brought mixed fortunes. Some were freed, no longer forced to risk their lives for spectacle. Others became trainers or guards, using their skills in new ways. But many, stripped of the system that had sustained them, faded into obscurity. The men who had once been Rome's most notorious celebrities vanished from history, their names remembered only in faded inscriptions and whispered legends. The Coliseum itself reflected this decline. Once alive with roars and trumpets, it fell increasingly silent. Earthquakes damaged its structure, and without regular games, repairs slowed. Weeds sprouted where sand had once been raked clean. Its massive stones were plundered for new buildings, its grandeur reduced to quarry. The Amphitheatre, once the heart of Rome, became a ghost of empire. Its empty arches a reminder of a world that no longer existed. Yet the memory of gladiators endured. Even as the games ended, their image remained powerful. Writers romanticized their courage, sculptors immortalized their forms, and myths grew around their deeds. Two later generations, gladiators symbolized both the brutality and the magnificence of Rome. They were remembered not as victims of a cruel system, but as icons of strength and endurance. The end of Gladiators also marked a broader shift in Roman identity. An empire that had once glorified conquest, violence, and spectacle was transforming into a Christian world that sought new forms of meaning. Entertainment moved away from blood and toward theater, chariot races, and festivals. The values of compassion and restraint, however imperfectly applied, began to replace the glorification of death. For centuries, the sands of the Coliseum had consumed lives in an endless cycle of violence. With their silence, Rome itself changed. The empire's decline was not only political or military, but cultural. The disappearance of gladiators signaled the end of an era in which human suffering had been celebrated as entertainment. For those who once fought, the ban came too late. Their lives had already been spent, their blood already absorbed into the sand. But their legacy endured, haunting history as both warning and fascination. The Colosseum, stripped of its games, became a monument not to Rome's eternal glory, but to its capacity for cruelty and its ability to outgrow it. Thus ended the gladiatorial tradition, not with a grand finale, but with a slow fading, silenced by changing values and the crumbling of empire. The crowd dispersed, the sand lay still, and the gladiators were no more. Though the games ended more than 1,600 years ago, the Colosseum has never ceased to speak. Its stones, weathered by centuries of sun, rain, and human hands, remain one of the most recognizable symbols of Rome. Even in ruin, it endures as a monument to the grandeur, brutality, and contradictions of the empire that built it. After the ban on gladiatorial combat in the early 5th century, the amphitheatre entered a new chapter. Without the constant upkeep of games, the structure began to decay. Earthquakes cracked its walls, fires scorched its interior, and floods damaged its foundations. The once proud Hypogeum filled with rubble, its trapped doors and lifts silenced forever. Yet the Colosseum did not vanish, it adapted. In the Middle Ages, the building found new uses. At various times, it served as a fortress, a quarry for stone, and even housing for local families. The same arches that once funneled crowds to their seats became stables, workshops, and homes. Its marble was stripped to build churches and palaces, including parts of St. Peter's Basilica. What had once symbolized Rome's eternity was cannibalized to construct the Rome of the future. Despite this decline, the Coliseum never disappeared from imagination. Medieval pilgrims marveled at its size, calling it one of the wonders of the world. Poets and chroniclers described it as both majestic and haunted, a ghost of empire looming over a city transformed by faith. For Christians, it became a site of reflection. Though the exact history is debated, many believed it to be a place of martyrdom, where early Christians had died for their beliefs. The Amphitheatre, once despised as a place of cruelty, was reinterpreted as a symbol of faith's triumph over violence. By the Renaissance, scholars and artists rediscovered the Colosseum with new eyes. To them, it was a relic of Roman genius, proof of architectural skill and engineering unmatched in their own time. Painters sketched its arches, architects studied its vaults, and writers praised its grandeur. It became both inspiration and cautionary tale, a reminder of human achievement, but also of the empire that had fallen despite its greatness. The Colosseum's survival into the modern era is remarkable. Despite looting, neglect, and natural disasters, its silhouette still dominates Rome. Restorations in the 18th and 19th centuries stabilized its walls, turning ruin into monument. Today, millions of visitors walk its corridors, imagining the roar of crowds and the clash of gladiators. Tourists marvel at the architecture, scholars study its history, and filmmakers resurrect its dramas for new audiences. Yet, the legacy of the Colosseum is more than stone. It is an idea, symbol of both civilization and savagery. On one hand, it represents the heights of Roman engineering, capable of designing a stadium that influenced arenas and theaters for millennia. On the other, it embodies the brutality of a society that built grandeur on human suffering. Its duality fascinates because it reflects the duality of humanity itself, creative and destructive, disciplined and cruel, magnificent and flawed. Modern culture continues to invoke the Colosseum. The word arena still conjures images of struggle and spectacle, sporting stadiums, concert halls, and even political rhetoric borrow from its imagery. The notion of bread and circuses remains shorthand for governments distracting citizens with entertainment. The amphitheatre's shadow stretches far beyond Rome, shaping how we think about public spectacle even today. For Romans of the Empire, the Colosseum was a living stage of blood and power. For us, it is a reminder of how fragile civilizations can be, and how memory transforms places over time. What was once a place of death is now a site of learning and tourism. Where crowds once demanded blood, visitors now take photographs. Where gladiators once fought for survival, tour guides recount their stories. The Colosseum stands, scarred but unbroken, as a monument through time. It tells us that greatness and cruelty can coexist, that power leaves monuments but not permanence, and that even ruins can carry meaning across centuries. The Coliseum has outlived the empire that built it, and with each passing century, its meaning has shifted. Today, it stands not only as an archaeological wonder, but also as a symbol, interpreted differently by cultures, religions, and individuals. Where once it was a theater of death, it has become a stage of memory, morality, and identity. For Christians, the amphitheatre carries profound resonance. Although historians debate the extent to which Christians were actually martyred in the Colosseum, the belief has endured for centuries. The site is often associated with sacrifice and faith, a place where early believers supposedly endured suffering for their God. In the modern era, popes have embraced this symbolism. The Stations of the Cross are sometimes led there on Good Friday, transforming the old arena into a space of prayer and remembrance. The same arches that once echoed with roars now carry hymns, reframing the building as a monument to endurance and spiritual victory. For Italians, the Colosseum is a symbol of national identity. After centuries of foreign domination, the unification of Italy in the 19th century cast the amphitheatre as a reminder of Roman greatness and continuity. To walk its corridors was to reclaim a glorious past, linking modern Italy to the achievements of antiquity. Today, it remains one of the nation's proudest emblems, appearing in art, film, and tourism campaigns as a shorthand for Italian heritage. For the wider world, the Colosseum symbolizes both majesty and brutality. On one hand, it is admired as an architectural marvel. Engineers and architects still study its design, marveling at its efficiency and durability. On the other, it is remembered as a place of cruelty, where human beings were slaughtered for amusement. This dual image fascinates. The building inspires awe and horror simultaneously, reminding us that human achievement often carries a shadow of human cruelty. The amphitheatre also holds political symbolism. The phrase bread and circuses, coined by the satirist Juvenal, remains, a metaphor for governments that pacify citizens with entertainment instead of addressing real problems. Politicians, commentators, and activists invoke the Colosseum as a warning about distraction and decadence. In this way, the ruin continues to speak across millennia, offering lessons about power, spectacle, and society's vulnerabilities. In popular culture, the Colosseum is constantly reimagined. Films like Gladiator have brought its stories to life for modern audiences, blending fact with fiction to capture the drama of the arena. Novels, television series, and video games often depict it as the ultimate stage of struggle. These portrayals cement the amphitheatre's place in global imagination, ensuring that even those who never visit Rome know its silhouette and its stories. For scholars, the Colosseum is a case study in contradiction. It represents the brilliance of Roman engineering, yet also the moral cost of empire. It reveals how architecture can serve propaganda, shaping citizens' beliefs while dazzling their senses. It is at once a wonder of the ancient world and a reminder of its darkest impulses. Tourism adds another layer to its symbolism. Millions visit the site each year, walking where gladiators once stood, peering into the Hypogeum, where animals and men awaited their fate. The amphitheatre, once reserved for the citizens of Rome, now belongs to the entire world. Yet the modern gaze is not bloodthirsty, is reflective. Visitors come not to see death, but to understand history, to imagine the lives consumed, and to marvel at endurance of stone. The Coliseum also raises questions about how humanity remembers its past. Should we honor it as a masterpiece of architecture, or condemn it as a monument to cruelty? The answer lies in acknowledging both. Its survival allows us to confront uncomfortable truths, that civilization can be magnificent and savage, that entertainment can mask brutality, and that power often builds its monuments from suffering. In the end, the Colosseum's modern symbolism is as complex as its history. It is a tourist attraction, a national treasure, a Christian shrine, a cautionary tale, and a cultural icon. Each visitor, each culture, interprets it anew. But beneath these shifting meanings, one truth endures. The amphitheatre reminds us of what it means to be human, capable of greatness, capable of cruelty, and forever striving to make sense of the ruins we inherit. The Colosseum stands today not only as a ruin of stone, but as a lesson carved by time. For all its grandeur, its history forces us to reflect on human nature, our capacity for creation and destruction, compassion and cruelty, progress and decay. To walk its corridors is to confront questions that echo far beyond Rome. The first lesson is about the cost of spectacle. The games remind us that entertainment can come at a terrible price when human lives are treated as expendable. Gladiators, criminals, and animals were sacrificed for the pleasure of crowds, their suffering masked as ritual or culture. The lesson is not only about Rome, but about humanity itself. Even today, societies wrestle with the balance between spectacle and ethics. The Colosseum warns us that when entertainment eclipses humanity, cruelty can be normalized. A second lesson is about power and control. The amphitheatre was not just a theatre of violence, it was a theatre of politics. Emperors used the games to secure loyalty, distract from hardship, and project divine authority. The crowd, swept into collective emotion, became both participant and tool. The Colosseum teaches us how power can manipulate spectacle, shaping perceptions while hiding truths. Its arches stand as reminders of propaganda's strength, cloaked not in words, but in blood and applause. Another lesson lies in the fragility of civilizations. The Colosseum once symbolized Rome's eternity, yet the games it hosted ended, and the empire itself fell. What seemed permanent proved temporary. The amphitheatre's survival in ruin shows that even the mightiest institutions fade, their glory replaced by silence. For modern societies, the message is clear. Greatness is never guaranteed, and power built on exploitation may not endure. The Colosseum also teaches us about memory and transformation. What was once despised as cruelty later became honored as heritage. Christians condemned it. Renaissance artists admired it. modern tourists photograph it. Each era reinterprets its meaning, shaping the ruin into a mirror of its own values. This reminds us that history is not fixed but constantly rewritten, that monuments carry the weight of changing human imagination. Perhaps the most haunting lesson is about human resilience. Beneath the roar of the crowd, individuals endured. Gladiators who fought bravely, prisoners who met death with dignity, and even slaves who labored unseen to keep the spectacle alive. Their lives were short, but their stories survived. The Colosseum's ruins are not only about empire, they are about the human beings consumed by it. Remembering them is as vital as admiring the stone. For the modern world, the Colosseum challenges us to ask difficult questions. How do we entertain ourselves? How do we treat those without power? How do we balance awe at human achievement with recognition of its costs? The amphitheatre does not give easy answers, but it forces us to confront the contradictions of our own societies. In the end, the greatest lesson of the Colosseum is that humanity is both creator and destroyer. We build wonders, we craft systems, we pursue glory, but too often we do so at the expense of others. The amphitheatre reminds us that progress without compassion is hollow, and that civilizations are judged not only by what they build, but by how they treat the lives within them. Today, the Colosseum no longer hosts death. It hosts memory, reflection, and learning. Tourists walk its sand, not to cheer, but to remember. Scholars study its stones, not to glorify, but to understand. And in this transformation lies perhaps the most hopeful lesson of all, that humanity can change. What was once a monument to cruelty has become a monument to history, where the past warms the present and guides the future. The Colosseum endures, scarred but standing, whispering its lessons across centuries. It tells us that power fades, cruelty leaves scars, but memory survives. And in remembering, we choose whether to repeat the past or to build something better. When most people imagine the Colosseum, they think of gladiators, armored men clashing with swords and shields, while thousands roared from the stands. To the Romans, gladiators were both despised and admired, symbols of courage and savagery, slaves and celebrities all at once. But behind the spectacle lay a system designed to turn ordinary men into instruments of entertainment. Their lives measured in battles fought and blood spilled. Gladiators came from many backgrounds. Most were slaves, prisoners of war, or criminals condemned to the arena. Some were debtors who sold themselves into gladiatorial service in exchange for food and shelter, gambling that they might win fame or freedom. A few were volunteers, desperate men seeking glory in combat or escape from poverty. Regardless of their origin, once they entered the gladiatorial schools, the Ludi their fate was sealed. The Ludus was both a training ground and a prison. Gladiators lived under strict discipline, their days consumed by exercise, drills, and combat practice. Trainers, often retired gladiators themselves, taught them how to fight with precision and showmanship. Each man was assigned a specific fighting style, based on his physique and skills. The lightly armed Retiarius wielded a net and trident. The heavily armored Circuiter carried a sword and large shield. The murmillo with his fish-crested helmet relied on brute strength. Every style had its strengths and weaknesses, and matches were carefully arranged to provide balance and drama. Training was brutal. Wooden swords and shields prepared men for the weight of real weapons. Hours were spent repeating the same moves until reflex replaced thought. Mistakes were punished harshly, for hesitation in the arena could mean death. Meals were carefully controlled to build strength. Gladiators were often called barley men, because their diet relied heavily on barley and beans, food that provided stamina and bulk rather than refinement. Despite their status as slaves or criminals, gladiators were valuable investments. Owners of the schools profited from their fighters' performances, so they ensured their men received medical care, rest, and proper diets. A dead gladiator represented lost revenue, so survival was often encouraged, at least until his entertainment value faded. Life in the Ludus was harsh, but it also created a strange camaraderie. Gladiators trained together, lived together, and faced death together. Bonds formed between men who knew they might one day fight side by side, by side, by side, or against each other in the arena. Within the prison-like walls of the school, they became both brothers and rivals. Public perception of gladiators was complex. On one hand, they were considered dishonorable, tainted by bloodshed and servitude. Roman law placed them at the lowest rung of society, alongside prostitutes and actors. On the other hand, the public adored them. Successful gladiators could achieve fame, wealth, and even adoration. Crowds chanted their names, admired their bravery, and showered them with gifts. Women of the elite sometimes fell for gladiators, attracted by the dangerous glamour of men who risked death daily. In rare cases, gladiators could win freedom and retire with honor, though few lived long enough to do so. For the gladiators themselves, survival was the constant question. Each training session, each staged fight, prepared them not for a profession, but for a series of lethal tests. Death was always close, and even victories came at the cost of scars, broken bones, and pain. To become a gladiator was to accept a shortened life, measured in battles and applause. When they finally stepped into the arena, gladiators were not merely fighters. They were performers. Their moves had to be clear enough for the crowd to follow. Their bravery bold enough to earn admiration. The Coliseum was not only a place of combatite, it was a theater of death. A gladiator's task was to fight well, to entertain, and, if necessary, to die with dignity. Thus, the making of a gladiator was less about creating soldiers than about creating symbols. These men embodied the contradictions of Rome, admired but despised, trained to fight yet destined to die, slaves who could become idols, and humans transformed into instruments of spectacle. For the crowds, they were heroes of blood. For themselves, they were survivors in a system that valued their lives only as long as they provided entertainment. To step into the Ludus was to step into a life where the arena awaited, and the question was never if death would come, but when. Gladiators occupied a strange place in Roman society. They were despised as slaves, criminals, and outcasts. Yet they were also admired as symbols of courage and endurance. Their lives were short, brutal, and uncertain, but in rare cases, a gladiator might achieve a level of fame that rivaled politicians and poets. Fame, however, did not erase the shadow that hung over every fighter in the Coliseum. Death was never far away. The crowds adored gladiators in the same way modern audiences might idolize athletes or celebrities. Names of popular fighters spread through the streets of Rome, whispered in taverns, and scrawled as graffiti on walls. Archaeologists have uncovered inscriptions praising gladiators, much like sports fans today praise footballers or boxers. One wall in Pompeii reads, "Celidus, the Thracian, is the heartthrob of the girls." Another proclaims, "Crescens, the net fighter, is the delight of young women." Despite their low social status, gladiators could inspire passions that crossed class boundaries. Women of high birth were known to admire them, sometimes scandalously. Roman writers mocked noble women who took lovers from the gladiatorial schools, suggesting that the allure of danger and masculinity overcame social barriers. In these rare relationships, the gladiator briefly transcended his station, though always under the shadow of his profession's brutality. Success in the arena could bring material rewards. Victorious gladiators might receive money, gifts, or even freedom. Those who survived long enough could be granted a rudis, a wooden sword symbolizing retirement and liberty. A free gladiator, known as a rudiarius, might live as a trainer, or even return voluntarily to fight again, lured by fame and the roar of the crowd. Yet freedom was rare, and many never lived to see it. The truth was that most gladiators did not achieve celebrity status. The majority died young, their names forgotten, their blood lost in the sand of the Coliseum. The mortality rate varied. Many matches were not fought to the death, and emperors often spared skilled fighters to preserve their investment. Still, injuries were constant, and death was always near. For every gladiator who became famous, dozens perished in obscurity, remembered only by the spectators who cheered their final moments. The role of the audience was critical. At the end of a fight, if one gladiator was clearly defeated, the victor would look to the crowd and to the presiding Officiolofen, the emperor himself, for judgment. The crowd's cries of "Mit, let him go," or "Jugula, kill him," could decide the man's fate. Emperors often followed the will of the people, though mercy was sometimes granted for bravery or an impressive display. For a fallen gladiator, survival depended not only on skill, but also on how well he had entertained. This fusion of performance and combat meant that gladiators were never free of the theater of death. A man might fight valiantly, but if he bored the crowd or displeased the emperor, his life could be ended with a simple gesture. The gladiator's skill was not only measured by victory, but by style, bravery, and spectacle. He was both warrior and actor, and the audience was both judge and jury. The psychological toll must have been immense. Living each day in training, knowing that any match might be the last, created a constant awareness of mortality. Friendships forged in the Ludus could be torn apart in the arena. as comrades were pitted against one another for the amusement of strangers. Even the most successful gladiators carried scars, not only on their bodies, but in their minds. Fame was fleeting. Fortune was fragile. Death was constant. For the Romans, this was part of the fascination. Gladiators embodied the qualities Rome admired: courage, strength, endurance in the face of suffering. But they also embodied Rome's brutality, its willingness to sacrifice human lives for public entertainment. To walk into the Coliseum as a gladiator was to gamble everything on each fight. A few became legends. A few earned freedom. Most died anonymously, their blood mixing with the sand, their names erased by time. And yet, for as long as they lived, they were bound to the cheers and jeers of the crowd. Slaves to the spectacle of Rome, gladiators remind us that the Coliseum was not a place where one lived long. Even the best fighters could only delay the inevitable. Their fleeting fame was purchased at the cost of their lives, and their legacy remains etched in the stone walls of the amphitheatre that outlived them all. The Colosseum was not only a stage for gladiators, it was also a theatre where nature itself was brought under Roman control. For the citizens of Rome, nothing symbolized the empire's reach and power more vividly than the presence of exotic beast creatures captured from distant lands, paraded before the crowd, and then slaughtered for spectacle. To sit in the stands and watch lions, elephants, and crocodiles in combat was to feel that Rome ruled not only people, but the natural world. From the very beginning, animals played a central role in the games. During the grand opening in 80 AD, Emperor Titus astonished the crowds by presenting an extraordinary variety of beasts. Ancient writers claim that thousands were killed in just those first 100 days. Lions from North Africa, leopards from the Middle East, elephants from India, even ostriches and giraffes. For many Romans, it was the first and only time they would ever see such creatures. The animals were not chosen at random. Each species carried symbolic weight. Lions and leopards represented ferocity. Elephants symbolized foreign power, and bears embodied brute force. By displaying them in the arena, Rome sent a message. No beast was too wild, no land too distant for the empire to conquer. The process of acquiring these animals was itself an enormous undertaking. Hunters, soldiers, and merchants traveled across the empire, capturing wild animals at great risk. Lions were trapped in Africa, tigers hunted in Persia, crocodiles taken from the Nile. These creatures were then transported long distances in cages, often by ship to Rome. Many died on the journey, but enough survived to fill the demands of the games. Once in Rome, the animals were kept in holding pens and later transferred to the Hypogeum beneath the Coliseum. There, in dark and cramped quarters, they waited until it was their turn to be released. Trapdoors and lifts allowed them to appear suddenly in the arena, creating drama for the spectators. For the animals, the experience must have been terrifying. Torn from their habitats, surrounded by noise, thrust into blinding light, and forced into combat they could not win. The games involving animals, known as Venations, varied in form. Sometimes professional hunters fought them with spears, bows, or swords, showing skill and courage as they killed. Other times, animals were set against each other, a lion against a bear, a bull against a leopard. The crowd cheered as nature itself seemed to battle. In the cruelest displays, condemned criminals were thrown unarmed into the arena to be torn apart by beasts, their deaths disguised as mythological reenactments. The sheer number of animals killed over centuries is staggering. Historians estimate that hundreds of thousands perished in the Coliseum and other amphitheatres across the empire. Entire species were pushed toward extinction in certain regions because of Rome's appetite for spectacle. For example, North African elephants, smaller than their Indian counterparts, were heavily hunted to supply the games. For the Roman audience, however, the suffering of the animals was not the focus. The games were about spectacle, about marveling at the strange and the dangerous. The sight of an elephant lumbering into the arena or a tiger leaping from a hidden trapdoor was enough to thrill the crowd. The death that followed was secondary to the feeling of power that came from watching Rome dominate creatures from across the known world. The presence of exotic animals also reinforced Rome's identity as the center of the universe. Citizens could boast that while they sat in the comfort of their city, the empire stretched outward, bringing back wonders for their entertainment. The beasts were not only victims, they were symbols of conquest, their deaths proof that Rome's power reached beyond human boundaries. Yet behind the spectacle lay a darker truth. These animals, majestic in their own lands, were reduced to props for entertainment. Their deaths were not necessary for survival, nor were they part of ritual sacrifice. They were killed for amusement, their lives spent to provoke awe and distraction. For the animals, the Coliseum was as deadly as it was for the humans who entered it. To sit in the Coliseum and watch these beasts was to participate in a grand illusion that Rome had mastered the wild. In reality, it was a brutal display of domination. And for those unlucky enough to be thrown into the arena alongside them, survival was almost impossible. Against the claws of a lion or the weight of an elephant, no man unarmed could last long. The exotic animals of Rome remind us that the Colosseum was more than stone and sand. It was an empire in miniature, displaying Rome's wealth, reach, and ruthlessness. For the creatures dragged into its Hypogeum, it was a death sentence. For the spectators, it was proof of their empire's greatness. And for us today, it remains a chilling reminder that entertainment in ancient Rome often meant the destruction of life, both human and animal alike. While gladiators drew the loudest cheers in the Colosseum, there was another class of performer whose life was just as dangerous. The Venatores, or hunters. These men specialized in fighting wild animals in the arena. To the Roman crowd, they were symbols of bravery, confronting lions, leopards, and bears with nothing but weapons and skill. To the animals, they were executioners, and to themselves, they were men living each day one step away from being mauled to death. The Venatores were distinct from gladiators. While gladiators fought each other in matches that balanced weapon styles, Venatores faced beasts captured from across the empire. They often carried spears, bows, or swords. and sometimes wore light armor. The combat was not simply a matter of survival, but of performance. They were expected to fight with style, prolonging the hunt, making the death of the animal dramatic for the crowd. The hunts, called Venetians, were elaborate productions. The arena might be transformed into an artificial landscape with trees, rocks, and even small hills constructed to simulate forests or deserts. From trapdoors in the floor, animals would suddenly emerge, sometimes one at a time, sometimes in groups. The hunters had to react quickly, anticipating attacks from all directions. The sudden release of a lion or a panther created a thrill of danger that electrified the audience. The Venatores were often well trained, but their chances of survival depended on both skill and luck. A single misstep could mean death. A charging bull, a leaping leopard, or the crushing weight of an elephant could kill even the best prepared hunter. Some Venatores were professionals who made careers of the hunts, while others were condemned criminals forced into combat against beasts as punishment. In either case, the outcome was never certain. The Roman crowd loved these hunts for several reasons. First, they demonstrated Rome's control over nature. Watching a man kill a lion in front of thousands proved, in the minds of the spectators, that Rome's empire stretched not only across nations, but across the natural world. Second, the Venetians were unpredictable. Unlike gladiator fights, which could be staged and balanced, the behavior of animals was wild. This made the hunts thrilling, as danger was real and immediate. But while the crowd enjoyed the spectacle, the reality was gruesome. Animals were often wounded before release to make them more aggressive or easier to kill. Some were starved or tormented to increase their ferocity. Criminals thrown into the arena against beasts rarely stood a chance, and their deaths were treated as entertainment. Ancient writers describe men being torn apart while the crowd applauded. To modern readers, it is horrifying. To the Romans, it was part of public life. The Venatores who survived could earn admiration and fame. Some became celebrities, praised for their courage and skill. They might be rewarded with money, gifts, or freedom, much like successful gladiators. Yet for most, survival was temporary. The sheer number of animals and the endless demand for entertainment meant that hunters faced repeated battles, each one carrying the risk of fatal injury. Over centuries, the scale of animal hunts in Rome drained regions of wildlife. Lions, leopards, and elephants were captured in such numbers that local populations declined sharply. What thrilled the Roman crowd contributed to the devastation of ecosystems far from the empire's borders. The Coliseum was not only a place of blood for humans, but also a site of mass extinction for animals. From the perspective of the audience, the Venetians were exhilarating. From the perspective of the Venatores, they were terrifying. Every time they stepped into the sand, they faced creatures whose strength and instincts outmatched them. Even with weapons, survival was never guaranteed. To be a Venator was to live on the edge of death, day after day. The crowd might cheer your courage, but it was courage paid for with constant danger. For the animals, it was captivity followed by slaughter. And for the spectators, It was proof that the empire could command even the wildest forces of nature. The hunts remind us that the Coliseum was not only a place where men fought men, but also a stage where humanity fought beasts for the sake of spectacle. And for those unlucky enough to face a lion or a bear in the arena, the truth was stark. You would not live long. Not everyone who faced animals in the Colosseum was a trained hunter. For many, the arena was not a stage for performance, but a place of execution. Criminals, rebels, and prisoners of war were often sentenced to death by exposure to wild beasts. This form of punishment, known as damnatio ad bestias, was one of the most terrifying sentences in Roman law. To be condemned in this way meant certain death, and often in the most humiliating fashion. The condemned might include thieves, deserters, or political prisoners, enemies of Rome captured in battle roubles from conquered territories, pirates, or Christians accused of defying imperial authority were all potential victims. For the Roman state, sending them into the arena was both a punishment and a public warning. Disobedience would not only cost you your life, it would cost you your dignity, destroyed before thousands of spectators. Unlike gladiators or Venatores, these victims were usually unarmed or poorly armed. Sometimes they were given a sword or a stick, not to give them a real chance of survival, but to make their deaths last longer and appear more entertaining. They were thrown into the arena in groups, with beasts released from hidden trapdoors. The outcome was predictable. Lions pounced, bears mauled, and leopards leapt upon their prey while the crowd roared with excitement. These executions were often staged with theatrical flair. Romans loved to dramatize punishment by linking it to mythology. A prisoner might be dressed as Orpheus, then torn apart by animals as the crowd pretended to see legend brought to life. Another might be cast as Hercules, burned alive to mirror the hero's fiery death. The blending of myth and punishment turned executions into gruesome theater, reinforcing cultural stories while terrifying the living. For the condemned, the psychological horror began long before the animals were released. Held in the Hypogeum beneath the arena, they waited in darkness, hearing the roar of the crowd above and the growls of caged beasts nearby. When their moment came, they were forced into the blinding light, surrounded by tens of thousands of eyes, knowing they were about to die for the entertainment of strangers. The sense of isolation must have been overwhelming. The crowd, however, saw it differently. To them, the executions were a form of justice and a reminder of Rome's power. Criminals deserved their fate. They believed, and watching their punishment was both moral instruction and thrilling spectacle. The deaths of prisoners reinforced the authority of the emperor, who presided over the games as the dispenser of life and death. Each scream, each drop of blood, was a demonstration of Rome's absolute control over both man and beast. Christians, in particular, became notable victims of damnatio ad bestias during periods of persecution. Refusing to worship Roman gods or honor the emperor, they were branded enemies of the state. Accounts describe groups of Christians thrown to lions or torn apart by leopards. their deaths celebrated as triumphs of Roman order over perceived rebellion. Later, Christian writers would remember these executions as moments of martyrdom, where faith triumphed even in death. The use of animals for executions also reinforced the cruelty of the games. The spectacle was not only about bravery or combat, but also about the deliberate humiliation of those Rome considered enemies. The condemned were stripped of agency, turned into props for entertainment, their suffering magnified by the wildness of the beasts that killed them. For the victims, there was no chance of survival. Unlike gladiators, who could hope for mercy, or who relied on skill, those sentenced to damnatio ad bestias were destined to die. Their role was not to fight, but to perish, to remind the crowd of Rome's authority. Their lives ended in the sand, their deaths drowned out by cheers. These executions underscore the darker truth of the Coliseum. It was not only a place of games, but also a site of state violence, where punishment was turned into theater. To be condemned to the beasts was to be erased in the most brutal way possible, killed, not quietly, but as a spectacle for thousands. In the end, damnatio ad bestias reveals why the Colosseum was a place where few lived long. Whether you were a gladiator, a hunter, or a criminal, the arena existed to consume lives, human and animal alike. Survival was rare, death was expected, and for those who entered as the condemned, it was certain. To understand the Colosseum, you cannot focus only on the gladiators, the animals, or even the emperors who built it. At its heart, the games existed for the crowd. Tens of thousands of Romans poured into the amphitheatre, their voices merging into one thunderous demand for entertainment. Without their hunger for blood, the Colosseum would never have functioned. It was the audience that gave meaning to the violence. Roman society placed immense importance on public entertainment. For the ordinary citizen, the games were more than distraction. They were part of civic identity. Attending the spectacles was a rite, a gift from the emperor that reinforced their belonging to the empire. The phrase panem et Chexus, bread and circuses, captures this truth. As long as the people were fed and entertained, they were less likely to rebel. For the crowd, the experience of the games began long before the fighting. On the morning of an event, streams of people flowed through Rome, gathering outside the colossal arches of the amphitheatre. Vendors sold food and trinkets. Gossip buzzed about which gladiators might fight. An anticipation built like the hum before a storm. The seating arrangements reflected society itself. Senators and nobles near the arena, ordinary citizens further up, women and slaves in the highest rows. The structure itself reinforced the social order, reminding each person of their place in Rome. When the games began, the energy of the crowd surged. Trumpets blared. Officials announced the schedule, and the emperor took his seat in the imperial box. All eyes turned to the arena, and when the first gladiators entered, the roar of the crowd filled the air. To fight in silence was impossible. The games were as much about sound as sight. The chants of names, the cries for mercy or death, the rhythmic clapping of thousands of hands, all created an atmosphere that pressed down on those below. The power of the crowd was immense. A gladiator who fell to the sand awaited not only his opponent's mercy, but the decision of the audience. Thumbs turned up or down, cries of mit, spare him, or jugula, kill him, could decide whether a man lived or died. Though the emperor often had the final word, he rarely ignored the mood of the masses. To disappoint the crowd was to risk unrest. In this way, the collective voice of thousands carried lethal weight. The audience did not come only for combat. They came for drama, surprise, and variety. They wanted hunts, executions, and mythological reenactments. They craved novelty, strange animals, exotic costumes, elaborate scenery. An emperor who provided fresh spectacles won their admiration. One who failed to entertain risked their scorn. Thus, the crowd drove the escalation of violence. More deaths, more animals, more elaborate shows. These were demanded to keep boredom at bay. For individuals in the crowd, the games offered an escape from daily life. A farmer, a craftsman, a beggar-all could sit in the same space and be part of something larger than themselves. Watching a gladiator fight a lion or two men clash in the sand gave ordinary people a sense of power. In that moment, their voices carried the weight of life and death. Yet this hunger for spectacle reveals the darker side of Rome. The audience was not passive. They were active participants in the violence. Every cheer for a sword thrust, every demand for execution made them complicit in the deaths unfolding before them. To the spectators, it was entertainment. To the men and beasts below, it was survival against impossible odds. The Coliseum was, therefore, not only a stage for violence, but also a mirror of Roman society. It reflected the values of the people: discipline, bravery, cruelty, and domination. The blood spilled in the sand reassured the crowd that Rome was powerful, that their empire was eternal, and that they themselves were part of its greatness. In the end, the Roman crowd was both the engine and the audience of the spectacle. Without their hunger, the games would not have lasted centuries. With it, the Coliseum became a place where death was routine and life was fleeting. To be in the arena was to be at the mercy of their gaze, and under that gaze, few lived long. The Coliseum was more than a monument to entertainment. It was a stage for political theater. At the center of this theater sat the emperor, the ultimate arbiter of the games, presiding over life and death with a single gesture. His presence transformed the spectacle into more than bloodshed. It became a performance of imperial power. From the moment the emperor entered his box, the games belonged to him. Trumpets blared, the crowd rose, and the arena itself seemed to acknowledge his supremacy. His seat was positioned for maximum visibility, both to see and to be seen. Draped in imperial robes, surrounded by guards and advisors, the emperor became the embodiment of Rome's authority. His role was not ceremonial. At critical moments, his decision determined the fate of those in the arena. When a gladiator fell to the ground, his opponent looked upward, awaiting judgment. The crowd might cry out for mercy or demand blood, but it was the emperor's thumb that ultimately decided. A gesture of clemency spared a life. A downward motion condemned it. In these moments, the emperor displayed his control, not only over men, but over mortality itself. This power was deeply symbolic. By deciding who lived and who died, the emperor demonstrated that he was more than a ruler of laws and armies. He was the master of destiny. In the eyes of the crowd, he held the same authority as the gods. To watch him dispense justice with a flick of his hand was to witness divine-like power made flesh. Emperors used the games to shape their image. Generosity, cruelty, mercy all could be displayed in the arena. An emperor who spared a gladiator might be praised as compassionate. One who ordered executions without hesitation could be admired as decisive. The games became a mirror of imperial character, and emperors were keenly aware that their actions were scrutinized by thousands of eyes. Some rulers embraced the games wholeheartedly. Titus, who opened the Coliseum, used the inaugural spectacles to win favor after disasters like the eruption of Vesuvius. Trajan staged massive hunts and battles to celebrate his victories, reinforcing his image as a conqueror. Even less beloved emperors understood the game's importance. Commodus, infamous for his vanity, entered the arena himself, fighting as a gladiator to display his prowess. Though his opponents were carefully chosen to ensure his survival, the emperor's role extended beyond the spectacle itself. By financing the games, he demonstrated his generosity. The cost of importing animals, training gladiators, and staging elaborate productions was immense. But emperors spent freely, knowing the political value outweighed the expense. Each game was a public gift, a reminder that the emperor cared for his people. Bread and circuses kept unrest at bay. Yet this generosity carried menace. The very act of deciding life and death reinforced the emperor's dominance over the crowd itself. While the people could shout their desires, they ultimately depended on his will. Their cheers might sway him, but the final decision was his. In this way, the games reminded everyone that power flowed from the top. For those in the arena, the emperor's presence was terrifying. A gladiator might fight bravely, impress the crowd, and still be condemned by imperial whim. Conversely, a prisoner marked for death might be spared as a gesture of mercy. His life saved not by his actions, but by the emperor's indulgence. In either case, survival was never fully in their hands. The emperor's box symbolized this absolute control. Elevated above the arena, positioned at the center of the amphitheatre, it was a throne from which life was dispensed and taken. To fight in the Coliseum was to place your fate not only in your own skill, but in the hand of a ruler who might decide your destiny on a whim. Thus, the emperor's role was both spectacle and statement. He was the ultimate judge, the patron of the games, and the living symbol of Rome's authority. The crowd may have come for blood, but they also came to see their ruler exercise divine-like power. And for those in the sand, that power was inescapable. In the Colosseum, the emperor was not simply watching. He was participating, shaping the outcome, and reminding all of Rome that under his gaze no one lived long without his consent. The Coliseum was not just a place of entertainment. It was a political stage. Every spectacle, every fight, and every death served a purpose beyond amusement. The games were tools of propaganda and control, carefully designed to reinforce the emperor's authority, remind the people of Rome's power, and distract them from hardship. Rome was a vast empire filled with tensions between rich and poor, citizens and slaves, center and provinces. The games offered a way to channel those tensions. By providing free entertainment on a massive scale, emperors ensured that the crowd's energy was directed inward, toward spectacle rather than outward, toward rebellion. When thousands roared in the amphitheatre, they were unified not by politics or philosophy, but by blood. The spectacles also conveyed political messages. Every element of the games, from gladiator fights to animal hunts, was symbolic. Gladiators represented courage and discipline, values Rome admired. Hunts symbolized Rome's domination over nature and foreign lands. Executions dramatized the consequences of disobedience. Each event reinforced the idea that Rome was supreme, its enemies powerless, and its emperor the ultimate source of order. Emperors used the games to shape their image. A ruler could display generosity by offering lavish spectacles. He could appear merciful by sparing a fallen gladiator, or decisive by ordering death. These gestures, performed before tens of thousands, reached far beyond the amphitheatre. News of an emperor's actions spread across the city, shaping his reputation among elites and commoners alike. The games also functioned as reminders of conquest. Exotic animals paraded into the arena were living proof of Rome's reach. Lions from Africa, tigers from the east, and elephants from India reminded spectators that their empire extended to the edges of the known world. When these creatures were slain in the sand, it was more than entertainment. It was a ritual reenactment of conquest, a demonstration that nothing, not even nature, could resist Rome. The Coliseum itself was propaganda in stone, rising above the city with its vast arches and tiers. It was a permanent reminder of imperial power. Built from the spoils of war, it embodied Rome's ability to transform victory into monuments. To walk into its vast interior was to feel the weight of the empire pressing down, a reminder that one was part of something larger, ruled by forces greater than any individual. Control extended even to the crowd's participation. The audience believed they influenced life and death with their voices, but ultimate power lay with the emperor. This illusion of influence kept them invested. They shouted, gestured, and clamored for blood, believing they played a role, while in reality their desires only reinforced the emperor's authority. He granted or denied mercy, always reminding them that their will flowed through him. At times, the games were staged specifically to address political problems. After military defeats or natural disasters, emperors arranged spectacles to lift morale. When unrest threatened, they distracted the people with longer, bloodier games. Bread and circuses soothed hunger and anger alike. For many Romans, the games were not merely entertainment, they were survival, providing food, drink, and diversion in hard times. Yet beneath the excitement lay a darker truth. The Coliseum normalized violence as public life. It taught the people that power was demonstrated through cruelty, that authority was maintained by spectacle, and that human lives could be spent like currency. For the emperors, this was useful. A population accustomed to bloodshed was less likely to question the brutality of empire itself. The games lasted for centuries, not simply because they entertained, but because they worked. They maintained order, projected strength, and bound the people of Rome to their rulers. Every cheer for a gladiator, every cry for execution, was also a cheer for the system that sustained the empire. Thus, the Colosseum was not only an amphitheatre of stone and sand. It was an amphitheatre of politics, where power was performed daily. Emperors knew that so long as the people were fed, dazzled, and distracted, their grip on power was secure. The blood spilled in the arena was not wasted, it was the price of stability. For those who fought in the sand, this meant their deaths were not only entertainment, but also propaganda. They died to remind the people of Rome's greatness, to reinforce the emperor's control, and to keep the city's fragile peace. Survival was rare, because the system did not require survival. It required sacrifice, endlessly repeated for the sake of empire. In this sense, the Colosseum was the ultimate tool of control, a place where politics and spectacle merged, where propaganda was written in blood, and where countless lives were spent to preserve the illusion of Roman power. The Colosseum was not only a theatre of blood, it was also a marvel of engineering. Behind the spectacle of combat and execution lay an intricate system of traps, weapons, and stagecraft that made death appear larger, grander, and more inevitable. To enter the arena was not simply to fight an opponent. It was to step into a carefully designed machine that ensured violence unfolded with maximum drama. Beneath the arena floor lay the Hypogeum, a subterranean network of tunnels, cages, and platforms. Here, gladiators, animals, and condemned prisoners waited in the shadows until their moment came. Engineers and slaves operated pulleys and lifts, raising trapdoors that allowed sudden appearances on the sand above. A man might be thrust into the arena without warning, or a lion might leap from the floor as though conjured by magic. For the crowd, these surprises heightened the thrill. For those waiting below, the uncertainty added terror to their final moments. Weapons, too, were part of the spectacle. Gladiators were not armed at random. Their weapons were chosen to highlight contrasts and create balance. A heavily armored Circuiter wielded a short sword, while his opponent, the lightly armed Retiarius, carried only a net and trident. The drama came not only from skill, but from the imbalance itself. The crowd wanted to see strength tested against speed, armor against agility, brute force against cunning. Stage managers of the games knew that monotony was dangerous. To keep audiences engaged, they varied the weapons and scenarios. Sometimes gladiators fought with swords and shields, other times with spears, bows, or exotic arms modeled after Rome's enemies. In rare cases, prisoners might be forced to fight with no weapons at all, their deaths guaranteed. Each variation added freshness to the cycle of violence. The use of animals added another layer of the Hypogeum allowed beasts to be released suddenly, charging into the arena from hidden passages. An unarmed man might find himself face to face with a leopard in an instant, his fate sealed before he could move. Sometimes animals were paired against each other, staged as duels of nature. Bear against bull, lion against tiger. These unnatural encounters fascinated the audience, even as they ended quickly in blood. The arena floor itself could be transformed to match the theme of the day. Workers hauled in sand, rocks, and plants to create artificial landscapes, forests for hunts, deserts for exotic beasts, even mock fortresses for staged battles. Entire naval combats, called Naumachia, were rumored to be staged by flooding the arena, though in the Coliseum this may have been more myth than reality. Still, the illusion was powerful. The crowd felt they were watching wars, myths, and nature itself reenacted on the sand. Death was not accidental. It was orchestrated. The machinery, the weapons, the stage design all worked together to create the impression that combatants were trapped in a world designed to kill them. To fight in the Coliseum was to fight not only opponents, but the arena itself. The architecture, the mechanisms, and the rules of the spectacle all conspired against survival. Even the smallest details reinforced the inevitability of death. The sand, carefully chosen for its ability to absorb blood, ensured that the arena could be cleaned and reset quickly, ready for the next victim. The gates, built to slam shut behind entrance, cut off escape. The crowd's cries, amplified by the stone walls, created pressure no fighter could ignore. All these elements combined to make the Colosseum less a stage of chance and more a machine of certainty. For the spectators, this stagecraft produced awe. They marveled at the sudden appearance of beasts, the dramatic duels, the variety of deaths. They were entertained not only by violence, but by the artistry of its presentation. For the participants, however, the stage was a trap. Every element of the design worked against them, reducing their chances of survival. The Colosseum's genius was not only that it killed, but that it killed theatrically. The mechanics ensured that each death felt unique, spectacular, and worthy of memory. The audience left satisfied, the Emperor's generosity confirmed, and the cycle of blood ready to begin again. For those who entered the arena, this meant one thing. Survival was almost impossible. They fought not just against men or animals, but against an entire system designed to end their lives in the most dramatic way possible. The Colosseum was not merely an amphitheatre. It was a factory of death, where engineering and violence merged into one relentless spectacle. The games in the Coliseum were not random outbreaks of violence. They were structured events, carefully choreographed to maximize drama control the crowd, and display Rome's power. At the center of this orchestration stood the executioners and ritual officials, whose job was to ensure that death unfolded in a way that satisfied both the audience and the state. When a gladiator fell to the sand, the fight did not always end immediately. If he raised a finger in surrender, he appealed to the mercy of the crowd and the emperor. At that moment, the arena became a courtroom, with the people as jury and the emperor as judge. If mercy was granted, the gladiator lived to fight again. If not, his execution had to be staged with precision. This is where the arena executioners, sometimes called lictors or simones, entered the scene. Their task was to finish off the defeated fighter in a way that was both efficient and dramatic. Armed with short blades or clubs, they ensured that death was swift and unavoidable. To the Romans, this final act was not cruelty, but ritual and essential closing gesture to the performance. The execution itself often followed a grimly theatrical script. A gladiator ordered to die was expected to accept his fate with courage. He might kneel, exposing his neck, or raise his chin, presenting his throat. To flinch or resist was considered dishonorable, robbing the crowd of the noble image they craved. The executioner's blow was the last line of the performance, one that completed the narrative of bravery and death. The Romans valued ritual in every part of life, and the games were no exception. Executions were not haphazard killings, but acts framed within cultural meaning. A gladiator's death was a demonstration of discipline. A criminal's execution was proof of justice. Prisoner's slaughter was a warning against rebellion. Each act carried a symbolic weight, reinforcing Rome's authority. Public executions of criminals followed even more elaborate rituals. As part of damnatio ad bestias, prisoners might be forced into reenactments of myths, their deaths staged to mimic stories familiar to the crowd. A man might be dressed as Prometheus, chained and attacked by animals. Another might represent Icarus, cast down from a height to symbolically reenact his fall. These theatrics transformed punishment into pageantry, blurring the line between justice and performance. The executioners were not the only figures involved. Musicians, heralds, and officials played roles in framing the violence. Trumpets signaled transitions between events, filling the arena with sound that marked death not as tragedy but as spectacle. Heralds announced victories, deaths, or the emperor's decisions, ensuring that the audience understood the meaning of what they had witnessed. Even silence could be part of the ritual moments of stillness before a death heightened the tension, making the execution more powerful when it came. For the participants, these rituals offered no comfort. To die in the Coliseum was not only to lose life, but to become part of a public performance that stripped away individuality. A gladiator's skill, a prisoner's fear, or an animal's suffering war were absorbed into a larger script designed to please the crowd. Personal identity vanished. What remained was the spectacle. The rituals also reflected the Roman fascination with control. Death in the arena was not chaotic but ordered, not random but purposeful. It showed that Rome could harness even violence, shaping it into art. The empire prided itself on discipline, and the games were an extension of that pride. Even the taking of life was subject to rules, gestures, and meaning. Yet beneath the order lay cruelty. The executioners were instruments of a system that transformed killing into ritual. Their blows were precise, but they served a purpose larger than justice: to keep the crowd entertained and the emperor's power visible. For those condemned, the ritual offered no dignity, only the illusion of meaning in a death demanded by strangers. For the spectators, however, the rituals provided satisfaction. They left the amphitheatre believing they had witnessed more than death. They had seen courage, justice, or divine retribution. The executioners ensured that the narrative remained intact, that each death closed its story in a way that reaffirmed Rome's greatness. In this way, the Coliseum was not only a place of killing, but a place of ritualized killing. Death was wrapped in ceremony, given structure, and made into a message. The executioners ensured that violence served not only the crowd's appetite, but also the empire's need for order. For those in the arena, this meant survival was never in their hands. Even in defeat, they could not simply die quietly. Their end was shaped, scripted, and delivered as part of a performance. And in a system where every death had to serve a purpose, few ever walked away alive. The Coliseum was not simply a building where violence happened. It was a carefully designed stage where blood itself became part of the spectacle. The sand of the arena, the rituals of the crowd, and the sheer repetition of killing transformed death into a performance that Romans considered art. To enter that space was to become part of a cycle where blood and spectacle could not be separated. The choice of sand for the arena floor was no accident. Known as Arena in Latin, it gave the very word arena its name. Sand absorbed the blood of men and beasts, soaking up the evidence of violence, so that combat could continue without interruption. After each event, workers raked the sand, covering stains with fresh layers, preparing the stage for the next act. Death was erased as quickly as it happened, allowing the cycle to repeat endlessly. The sand became a silent witness to centuries of suffering, drinking in the lives of those who perished. Blood itself was part of the attraction. The Romans were not squeamish about gore. They expected to see wounds, injuries, and death displayed openly. A clean fight without blood disappointed the crowd. For them, courage was proven in the flow of red, in the sight of a man continuing to fight despite his wounds. Blood was proof of authenticity, a guarantee that what they watched was real. The soundscape of the spectacle heightened the experience. Trumpets announced the beginning of events. Drums echoed through the stone arches, and the roar of the crowd rose and fell like waves. The voices of tens of thousands chanting, cheering, or demanding death created an atmosphere that pressed down on those in the sand. For fighters and victims alike, the sound must have been overwhelming, reminding them constantly that their struggle was not private but public. Every aspect of the games was designed to maximize spectacle. The sudden release of animals from trapdoors, the dramatic pairing of mismatched fighters, the theatrical rituals of execution all contributed to the sense that death was not random, but orchestrated. Even suffering was staged, prolonged for dramatic effect. A gladiator who fell too quickly robbed the crowd of entertainment, while one who fought bravely before dying gave them a story to remember. The repetition of violence created a rhythm that became familiar to spectators. Morning shows often began with animal hunts, filling the sand with the blood of lions, leopards, or bulls. Midday brought executions, where criminals were thrown to beasts or killed in theatrical ways. The afternoon climaxed with gladiator duels, the highlight of the day. This schedule ensured a constant flow of drama, each death building upon the last, each spectacle preparing the crowd for the next. The Coliseum was also a place where death was normalized. For the citizens of Rome, watching people die became routine. Children grew up attending games. Citizens debated the skills of gladiators as casually as modern fans discuss athletes, and the sight of blood became part of civic life. What shocks us today was, for them, ordinary. The very scale of the games dulled sensitivity. When hundreds or thousands of lives could be taken in a single festival, the value of an individual life seemed insignificant. This normalization served the state well. By making death routine, Rome taught its citizens to accept violence as a natural part of power. If men could be sacrificed for entertainment, then wars, conquests, and executions beyond the arena also seemed justified. The Colosseum was not just a theater of death. It was a classroom where Romans learned to see violence as the foundation of order. For those forced into the sand, this meant they entered a world where their suffering was expected, even demanded. They were not judged by whether they survived, but by how well they played their part in the spectacle. Their blood was not tragedy, it was theater, and when it mixed with the sand, it disappeared into the cycle, ready to be covered and repeated again. In the end, the Colosseum turned violence into ritual, suffering into entertainment, and death into art. Blood was not hidden, but celebrated. Sand was not clean, but consecrated. And lives were not protected, but consumed. For the Romans, this was the grandeur of their empire. For the men and animals in the arena, it was the reason they would not live long. To grasp why survival was rare inside the Colosseum, it helps to imagine a full day at the games. From dawn to dusk, the amphitheatre churned with activity. The schedule was not random, but carefully arranged to sustain excitement and keep tens of thousands of spectators entertained from beginning to end. For those who participated, it meant facing a machine of death that offered no pause and no mercy. The day began early. As the sun rose over Rome, crowds streamed into the massive structure, filling its 50,000 to 80,000 seats. Vendors sold bread, fruit, and wine. The smell of food mixed with the anticipation of violence. Families, nobles, senators, and even slaves gathered in their assigned sections. The emperor, when present, arrived in ceremonial fashion, greeted with thunderous applause. The morning program typically opened with animal hunts, or Venatians. Hunters and Venatores faced exotic beasts released into the arena. Lions prowled, bears charged, leopards leaped, and bulls gored. Sometimes animals were made to fight each other for the crowd's amusement. These hunts served not only to thrill, but also to demonstrate Rome's control over nature. For the hunters, survival was never guaranteed. For condemned criminals thrown into these encounters, it was simply execution by fang and claw. By midday, the tone shifted. This was the time for public executions. Criminals, rebels, and prisoners of war were brought into the arena to face death in the most humiliating ways possible. Some were exposed to wild animals in damnatio ad bestias. Others were forced into theatrical deaths, reenacting myths or historical punishments. To the Romans, this was justice disguised as entertainment. To the condemned, it was the end of life played out under the gaze of thousands. The crowd used this interlude to eat and drink, their leisure coinciding with others' suffering. For many Romans, the executions were as important as the gladiator fights, reminders of law, order, and the empire's authority. Children watched alongside their parents, learning through spectacle what defiance of Rome meant. The afternoon brought the highlight of the day: gladiatorial combat. Trumpets blared, and trained fighters emerged from the gates, parading before the emperor and the people. Each pair or group had been carefully selected to provide drama. The heavily armored Circuiter against the nimble Rish, or the brute strength of a Murmillo against the quick strikes of a Threx. Fights could end in victory, surrender, or death. The outcome was often left to the crowd and emperor, whose gestures determined whether a defeated gladiator lived or died. Between battles, the arena was cleaned and reset. Workers raked the sand, dragged out bodies, and prepared for the next spectacle. For spectators, these transitions were part of the rhythm. For participants, they meant the arena was constantly hungry, always ready for fresh blood. The day might end with larger staged events, mock battles, or mythological reenactments involving dozens of participants. These productions combined combat, costume, and scenery, transforming the arena into a living stage. The scale reminded the audience of Rome's wealth and organizational power. To those forced to perform, it meant facing one last ordeal before the day ended. When the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the crowd dispersed, buzzing with stories of bravery, cruelty, and spectacle. Vendors packed up, slaves cleaned the stands, and the arena grew quiet beneath the silence. Though the Hypogeum still reeked of blood and death, its cages emptied, its tunnels stained. For the next day's games, it would all begin again. To the people of Rome, a day at the Coliseum was entertainment, ritual, and civic life combined. To those in the sand, it was relentless. There were no breaks, no chances for escape, no moments of mercy outside the crowd's will. Every hour was filled with danger, every performance with risk. A single day at the games could see hundreds of animals slaughtered, dozens of men executed, and gladiators tested to the edge of death. To survive one day was rare. To survive many was extraordinary. For most, the truth was simple. In the Coliseum, the cycle of the day was also the cycle of life and death, and it always ended in blood. When the Coliseum roared with the voices of 50,000 spectators, most eyes were fixed on the sand, on gladiators, hunters, or condemned criminals. But beneath the surface of the spectacle, hundreds of unseen hands kept the machine of death running. Without the slaves, workers, and organizers who toiled in the shadows, the games could not have functioned. Their work reveals just how carefully engineered each day of the games really was. The heart of this hidden world was the Hypogeum, the underground complex beneath the arena floor. Here, corridors, cages, and chambers housed animals, fighters, and machinery. Slaves worked tirelessly in the gloom, preparing for each release. Trapdoors had to be triggered at exactly the right moment. Lifts operated with precision, and cages secured against the strength of panicked beasts. A single mistake could unleash chaos in the wrong place, endangering performers and disappointing the crowd. Animal handlers, often enslaved men themselves, bore one of the most dangerous tasks. They managed lions, leopards, bears, and elephants, confined in cramped cages. They starved or provoked them to ensure aggression in the arena, all while risking injury or death if the beasts lashed out. Few of these handlers lived long, yet their work was essential to maintaining the illusion of Roman control over nature. Another group of workers, sometimes called stage hands of death, managed the scenery. They constructed temporary landscapes, forests of artificial trees, rocky hills, even small bodies of water to turn the arena into whatever environment the day's spectacle demanded. Their job was exhausting, moving tons of material in and out quickly between acts. To the audience, the arena seemed to transform magically. In reality, it was the sweat and labor of countless anonymous men. Medical staff also played a role behind the scenes. Gladiators were valuable, and their owners wanted them alive for future fights. Doctors stationed near the arena treated wounds, stitched cuts, and tended to survivors pulled from the sand. Their skills advanced Roman medicine, yet their work was pragmatic rather than compassionate. They did not heal for mercy, but for profit, ensuring that investments could bleed again another day. The logistics of feeding and housing participants were immense. Gladiators, Venatores, and condemned prisoners required barracks, training grounds, and food. Animals needed fodder, water, and secure enclosures. Thousands of men and beasts passed through Rome to fill the demands of the games, each requiring constant attention. Behind the glamour of spectacle lay an industry of death, with slaves and workers laboring endlessly to sustain it. Security was another hidden layer. Guards patrolled the Hypogeum to prevent escapes, ensuring that condemned men could not break free before their appointed time. Chains, locks, and barred gates reinforced the sense of inevitability for those awaiting their turn in the arena. The sound of locks clicking and gates closing underscored their fate. There was no way out. The coordination required was staggering. From the moment the Emperor signaled the beginning of an event to the last body removed at dusk, Every movement had to be timed perfectly. Trumpets cued changes, heralds announced acts, and crews swept the sand clean. Even the bodies of the dead were removed discreetly, often through hidden gates, to preserve the illusion of seamless entertainment. Yet for all their effort, the workers were invisible to the crowd. Few spectators thought about the men laboring in the tunnels below, Paul sweating in darkness to ensure the games above unfolded without interruption. The audience saw only the final product, the sudden appearance of a lion, the dramatic collapse of scenery, the clean sand ready for the next fight. The lives sacrificed behind the scenes were as invisible as the blood quickly raked from view. For the slaves and workers themselves, survival was precarious. Animal handlers risked mauling, stagehands risked accidents, and guards risked revolt from desperate prisoners. Their anonymity meant their deaths carried no spectacle, no applause. They were consumed by the system just as surely as the gladiators and beasts above. In truth, the Coliseum was a factory, not of goods, but of death. The roar of the crowd masked the groans of labor below. But without those unseen workers, the machinery would fail. Every spectacle depended on their effort, and though they lived in the shadows, their lives were just as expendable as those who bled in the light. When the crowd finally dispersed at the end of a day's spectacle, the Colosseum did not fall silent in triumph. It fell silent in labor. The roars of tens of thousands gave way to the scrape of rakes, the grunt of workers, and the sound of carts rolling over stone. For while the audience went home satisfied, the arena itself was left with the aftermath of slaughter. Corpses, blood, bereaved that had to be cleared before the games could begin anew. The sand, once golden, was often soaked with blood. It was raked smooth between fights, but at day's end it required full replacement. Workers dumped buckets of fresh sand, covering stains or removing clotted patches entirely. Blood, bone fragments, and refuse were shoveled away, erased to prepare the stage for tomorrow. The audience was meant to remember the courage and violence of the day, not the stench of decay that lingered after. The disposal of bodies was a grim necessity. Gladiators, criminals, and animals alike lay scattered across the arena. Their removal was carried out with efficiency, for Rome could not allow its amphitheatre to reek of rot. Human corpses were dragged through side gates, sometimes by hooks or carts, carried to designated areas for burial or burning. Few gladiators received proper funerals. Most were interred in mass graves outside the city, their names forgotten unless they had achieved rare fame. Animals, too, were cleared away in bulk. The carcasses of lions, leopards, and elephants were skinned for hides, their meat sometimes used to feed other animals awaiting future games. Nothing went to waste, though nothing was honored. Their deaths were commodities, part of the endless cycle that sustained Rome's spectacles. The injured posed another challenge. Gladiators who had fought bravely but survived were carried off for medical treatment. Roman doctors stitched wounds, reset bones, and applied crude ointments. The purpose was not compassion, but practicality. A living gladiator could fight again, bringing more profit and entertainment. Criminals and condemned prisoners, however, rarely received care. If they survived the arena, they were often executed afterward, their survival seen as unfinished business. Cleaning the Coliseum was a massive undertaking, involving dozens, if not hundreds, of slaves. They scrubbed, shoveled, and hauled under cover of darkness, restoring the arena to order. The crowd rarely thought of this labor, yet it was essential. By dawn, the amphitheatre had to be spotless, ready to dazzle once more. The illusion of eternal grandeur depended on this relentless routine. Beyond the arena floor, other areas required attention. Seating had to be cleared of trash, vomitoria swept clean, and the emperor's box polished to gleam with imperial dignity. Vendors and officials reset their stalls and offices, ensuring the flow of commerce that surrounded the games continued seamlessly. The Coliseum was not simply a place of spectacle, but also of business, and business required order. The aftermath also extended to the dead beyond Rome's walls. Families of gladiators or prisoners might never know the exact fate of their loved ones. Their bodies disappeared into mass graves or were burned without ceremony. Only a few, often the famous or fortunate, were honored with markers or memorials. For most, the Colosseum consumed their lives entirely, leaving no trace. This cycle of cleaning and reuse underscores the industrial nature of the games. The arena was not sacred ground where the dead were remembered. It was a stage that had to be reset over and over, no matter how much life it consumed. Death was not the end, but part of a process, erased quickly so that the machine could continue. For the slaves and workers tasked with this aftermath, the labor must have been harrowing. They touched the blood, dragged the bodies, and lived among the stench. Yet their role remained invisible, their effort unacknowledged. The audience cheered the spectacle, but never saw the price paid in sweat and silence after the crowd went home. In the end, the Colosseum was relentless. It demanded blood by day and labor by night. Its sand was soaked, replaced, and soaked again. Its dead were removed and forgotten. Its walls echoed with glory in the morning and with silence in the evening. Put and always, it was made ready for the next day's cycle of death. For those forced into this world, gladiators, criminals, animals, or slaves, the Colosseum offered no rest. Even after death, the process continued, indifferent to suffering. To live in its shadow, or worse, to die in its sand, was to be part of a machine that consumed endlessly and remembered little. For the Romans, the games of the Colosseum were not merely brutal entertainment. They were also saturated with symbolism and myth. Violence in the arena was often framed not just as combat, but as ritual, an offering to the gods, a reenactment of divine stories, and a reminder that Rome itself was favored by heaven. When blood flowed in the sand, it was not only for the pleasure of the crowd, but also as a spectacle in which gods and myths seemed to come alive. Religion in Rome was woven into every aspect of public life, and the games were no exception. Emperors often claimed divine support for their rule, and the Coliseum became a space where this connection was performed for the masses. Clay statues of deities stood in the arches, their stone faces watching as men fought and died. The presence of Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and other gods transformed the amphitheatre into a sacred stage. For the spectators, it reinforced the idea that what happened there was sanctioned by divine will. The god most closely associated with the games was Mars, the god of war. Gladiators, drenched in sweat and blood, were seen as warriors embodying his spirit. Each clash of sword and shield honored his domain. To die bravely in the arena was, in Roman eyes, a kind of offering to Mars, a tribute to the courage and discipline that defined Roman identity. Another divine figure linked to the games was Nemesis, the goddess of retribution. Many Romans believed she guided the outcomes of fights, ensuring justice was delivered in the arena. When a cowardly gladiator fell, or a condemned criminal was mauled by beasts, spectators might see Nemesis at work, punishing the unworthy. Even executions were draped in myth. Prisoners were sometimes forced to play the roles of legendary figures, their deaths staged to mirror familiar stories. A man might be dressed as Orpheus, torn apart by wild animals, as the myth demanded. Another might represent Hercules, consumed by fire to echo his legendary demise. In this way, executions became grotesque theater, blending myth and punishment until the line between story and reality blurred. The crowd, steeped in Roman religion and mythology, understood these symbols instinctively. To them, the games were more than killings. They were lessons, dramatizations of values and warnings. They reminded citizens of the gods' presence in their lives, of the importance of courage, discipline, and obedience. Even suffering reinforced divine order. The emperor himself often claimed divine association, and his presence in the arena reinforced this image. Seated in his box, dispensing life and death with a gesture, he resembled a god among men. When he spared a gladiator, it was mercy from on high. When he ordered death, it was justice delivered with divine authority. The games thus became a political ritual as much as a religious one, presenting the emperor as the living embodiment of Rome's connection to heaven. To participants in the arena, however, the gods may have seemed less merciful. For gladiators, criminals, or animals, the divine framing of their deaths offered no comfort. A condemned man dressed as a mythological hero did not feel honored. He felt terror. A gladiator bleeding into the sand may have wondered if Mars truly cared, or if the gods were silent as the crowd demanded more blood. Yet, for the Roman people, the intertwining of myth and spectacle gave meaning to the violence. The games reassured them that death in the arena was not meaningless, but part of a larger cosmic order. The gods approved, the emperor presided, and the crowd bore witness. In this way, the Coliseum was both temple and theater. The blood spilled, there was not only entertainment, but also ritual sacrifice. A constant reminder that Rome was chosen, Rome was favored, and Rome's gods stood with her. But for those who entered the arena, The divine narrative was irrelevant. Whether dressed as Orpheus, Hercules, or a nameless victim, their fate was the same. They died for the gods of Rome, for the emperor's glory, and for the crowd's amusement. And under such circumstances, no one lived long. For the Roman crowd, combat and executions were thrilling, but the games also appealed to their imagination. The organizers of the spectacles understood that audiences hungered not just for death, but for theatrical death. Thus, many punishments and performances were staged as mythological reenactments, where condemned men were forced to play out the fates of legendary heroes or villains. The practice served multiple purposes. It gave cultural meaning to executions, turning them into living stories. It also reinforced Roman identity, as myths tied the people to their gods, their ancestors, and their sense of destiny. And perhaps most importantly, it entertained transforming raw violence into spectacle framed by narrative. Take the myth of Orpheus, the poet who enchanted animals with his music. In the arena, a condemned man might be dressed in flowing robes, given a lyre, and placed in a staged forest. For a moment, he would play, while animals, lions, leopards, or bears were released around him. At first, they might be restrained or distracted, creating the illusion that his music calmed them. Then, suddenly, handlers removed the barriers, and the beasts attacked. The man, helpless and unarmed, was torn apart as the crowd gasped and cheered. What had been myth became gruesome reality. Another popular figure was Hercules. The Romans admired him as a symbol of strength and endurance, but they also knew his death burned alive on a pyre after donning a poisoned robe. To reenact this, criminals were dressed as Hercules and tied to a stake, while flames consumed them. The crowd watched a legendary hero's suffering mirrored in real time. The condemned man's screams echoing across the stone amphitheatre. The story of Icarus was also dramatized. In myth, Icarus flew too close to the sun, his wings melting before he plunged into the sea. In the arena, this tale was staged by strapping wings to a prisoner and casting him from a high platform. His fall, broken on the sand below, symbolized the hubris of defying natural order. These reenactments were not subtle metaphors. They were bloody lessons, acted out with real lives. For the Romans, this was part of the appeal. Myths were familiar. Audiences grew up hearing them. To see them made flesh, with authentic suffering, reinforced their powers. It was theater without pretense. Stories performed not by actors, but by the doomed. Theatrical deaths extended beyond myth. Some spectacles recreated famous battles, with prisoners forced to play the roles of Rome's enemies. Armed poorly, they faced slaughter by trained fighters, reenacting Rome's triumphs. Each massacre reinforced the narrative of imperial superiority. For the crowd, it was like watching history itself retold, only with real blood. The victims of these performances had no choice. For them, the cost of Rome's imagination was their lives. To be dressed as a hero or villain did not grant dignity. It stripped away individuality, turning them into props in a larger drama. Their deaths were absorbed into stories that had existed long before them, and would continue long after. To the Romans, however, these reenactments blurred the boundary between myth and reality. They believed that by staging legends in the arena, they were honoring the gods and reaffirming cultural values. Violence became sacred, justified by its connection to divine tales. The suffering of individuals mattered less than the story it told. This blending of myth and execution also reveals how deeply the Colosseum shaped Roman culture. The amphitheatre was not just a place to watch men fight. It was a place where Rome told itself stories, reinforcing who they were and why their empire endured. Myths became lessons, entertainment, and propaganda all at once. But for those forced to perform these roles, the grandeur of myth meant nothing. They faced death not as heroes, but as condemned men, humiliated before thousands. Their screams were not symbolic, they were real, and no divine meaning softened the pain of fire, claws, or broken bones. In the end, mythological reenactments made the Colosseum even more lethal. Survival was not part of the script. Every performance demanded a death, ensuring that each story ended in blood. For the Romans, it was spectacle. For the victims, it was the final reminder that in the Colosseum, no life lasted long. The practice served multiple purposes. It gave cultural meaning to executions, turning them into living stories. It also reinforced Roman identity, as myths tied the people to their gods, their ancestors, and their sense of destiny. And perhaps most importantly, it entertained transforming raw violence into spectacle framed by narrative. Take the myth of Orpheus, the poet who enchanted animals with his music. In the arena, a condemned man might be dressed in flowing robes, given a lyre, and placed in a staged forest. For a moment, he would play, while animals, lions, leopards, or bears were released around him. At first, they might be restrained or distracted, creating the illusion that his music calmed them. Then, suddenly, handlers removed the barriers, and the beasts attacked. The man, helpless and unarmed, was torn apart as the crowd gasped and cheered. What had been myth became gruesome reality. Another popular figure was Hercules. The Romans admired him as a symbol of strength and endurance, but they also knew his death burned, alive on a pyre, after donning a poisoned robe. To reenact this, criminals were dressed as Hercules and tied to a stake, while flames consumed them. The crowd watched a legendary hero's suffering mirrored in real time, the condemned man's screams echoing across the stone amphitheatre. The story of Icarus was also dramatized. In myth, Icarus flew too close to the sun, his wings melting before he plunged into the sea. In the arena, this tale was staged by strapping wings to a prisoner and casting him from a high platform. Piss fall, broken on the sand below, symbolized the hubris of defying natural order. These reenactments were not subtle metaphors. They were bloody lessons, acted out with real lives. For the Romans, this was part of the appeal. Myths were familiar. Audiences grew up hearing them. To see them made flesh with authentic suffering reinforced their power. It was theater without pretense, Stories performed not by actors, but by the doomed. Theatrical deaths extended beyond myth. Some spectacles recreated famous battles, with prisoners forced to play the roles of Rome's enemies. Armed poorly, they faced slaughter by trained fighters, reenacting Rome's triumphs. Each massacre reinforced the narrative of imperial superiority. For the crowd, it was like watching history itself retold, only with real blood. The victims of these performances had no choice. For them, the cost of Rome's imagination was their lives. To be dressed as a hero or villain did not grant dignity. It stripped away individuality, turning them into props in a larger drama. Their deaths were absorbed into stories that had existed long before them and would continue long after. To the Romans, however, these reenactments blurred the boundary between myth and reality. They believed that by staging legends in the arena, they were honoring the gods and reaffirming cultural values. Violence became sacred, justified by its connection to divine tales. The suffering of individuals mattered less than the story it told. This blending of myth and execution also reveals how deeply the Coliseum shaped Roman culture. The amphitheatre was not just a place to watch men fight, it was a place where Rome told itself stories, reinforcing who they were and why their empire endured. Myths became lessons, entertainment and propaganda all at once. But for those forced to perform these roles, the grandeur of myth meant nothing. They faced death not as heroes, but as condemned men, humiliated before thousands. Their screams were not symbolic, they were real, and no divine meaning softened the pain of fire, claws, or broken bones. In the end, mythological reenactments made the Coliseum even more lethal. Survival was not part of the script. Every performance demanded a death, ensuring that each story ended in blood. For the Romans, it was spectacle. For the victims, it was the final reminder that in the Colosseum, no life lasted long. The games of the Colosseum were not just entertainment. They were a reflection of Rome's identity. By filling the amphitheatre with myths and legends, the Romans told themselves stories about who they were, what they valued, and why their empire endured. To understand the deeper purpose of the spectacles, one must see them not only as blood and cruelty, but as cultural narratives that shaped Rome's sense of self. From its earliest days, Rome claimed divine origins. The city traced its founding to Romulus and Remus, twin sons of Mars, raised by a chivalth. To the Romans, their lineage was not only human but divine, their empire born under the watch of gods. The games reinforced this connection. Every time Mars was invoked in the arena, every time courage and sacrifice were dramatized in blood, the people were reminded that Rome was chosen by the gods. The myths performed in the arena echoed the core values of Roman society. Hercules, enduring pain and overcoming impossible trials, symbolized strength and perseverance. Orpheus, torn apart for his artistry, reminded citizens of the fragility of life and the dangers of overstepping human bounds. Icarus, falling from the sky, warned against hubris. Each story retold through the deaths of real men, reinforced moral lessons while entertaining the masses. But these myths were not neutral stories. They were reinterpreted through Rome's lens of conquest and dominance. When prisoners of war were forced to play mythological heroes, their suffering became proof of Rome's superiority. Their deaths symbolized not just entertainment, but the submission of enemies and foreigners. Myth became a tool of empire, justifying violence as cultural necessity. The emperor's presence further connected myth to politics. Sitting in his elevated box, dispensing life and death, he resembled Jupiter, the king of the gods. His authority seemed divine, his judgments mirroring the myths unfolding below. To spare a gladiator was to show mercy like a god. To condemn him was to wield justice like Nemesis. Through myth, the emperor's power was clothed in sacred imagery. Even the architecture of the Coliseum reinforced this narrative. Statues of gods and emperors lined the arches, blending divine and mortal authority. Entering the amphitheatre felt like stepping into a cosmic stage where heaven and earth overlapped. The crowd was not just watching a show. They were participating in a ritual that reaffirmed Rome's place at the center of the world. For the ordinary citizen, this identity was comforting. Surrounded by grandeur, hearing myths retold in blood and sand, they could believe they were part of something eternal. The empire's victories were their victories, its myths their heritage. The games gave them a sense of belonging, binding them together through shared stories, no matter how brutal their expression. Yet this identity came at a cost. The myths reinforced values of strength, endurance, and obedience, but also normalized cruelty. By watching legends enacted through real suffering, Romans learned to see violence as noble and death as entertainment. The blending of myth and reality blurred compassion, teaching that lives could be spent to preserve stories and power. For those forced into these roles, Rome's identity was a death sentence. A condemned man dressed as Hercules did not feel heroic as flames consumed him. A prisoner cast as Icarus did not feel symbolic as his body broke on the sand. Their deaths may have served Rome's myths, but for them it was only terror and finality. In the end, the games of the Coliseum made myths tangible, but at the expense of countless lives. Rome's identity was built not only on conquest and law, but also on spectacle. The gods smiled from stone statues. The emperor presided like Jupiter, and the crowd cheered as mortals died to keep the stories alive. For the Romans, this affirmed their greatness. For those in the arena, it proved only one thing. In a society where myth and violence intertwined, survival was never part of the script. The Coliseum, or Flavian Amphitheatre, was not only a stage of death, but also one of the greatest feats of Roman engineering. Its very existence testified to the power, wealth, and ambition of the empire. To understand why the arena was so deadly, one must first understand how it was built, because every stone, arch, and corridor was designed to serve both spectacle and control. Construction began under Emperor Vespasian around 72 AD, in the aftermath of civil war. The Flavian dynasty needed a symbol of stability, strength, and generosity to the Roman people. The Coliseum was their answer, built on the drained site of Nero's private lake. The new amphitheatre replaced the arrogance of a single ruler with a monument for the masses, funded largely with spoils from the conquest of Judea, including the sack of Jerusalem. The project transformed war plunder into stone grandeur. The amphitheatre rose quickly by ancient standards. Completed in less than a decade and inaugurated by Vespasian's son Titus in 80 AD, its size alone was staggering. With seating for 50,000 to 80,000 spectators, it was the largest amphitheatre the world had ever seen. Its oval shape stretched over 180 meters in length and 150 meters in width, a footprint so vast it dominated the Roman skyline. The materials reflected Rome's mastery of construction. The outer walls were built from travertine stone, quarried at Tivoli, transported to the city, and fixed in place with iron clamps. Inside, brick, tufa, and concrete supported the immense weight of the structure. Roman concrete, or opus cementitium, gave engineers flexibility to create vaults, arches, and passageways that carried crowds efficiently. The combination of stone for strength and concrete for versatility made the building durable enough to endure centuries of earthquakes, fires, and human neglect. One of the most impressive aspects of the design was the system of arches and vaults. 80 entrances, arranged in tiers, allowed tens of thousands to enter and exit within minutes. These passageways, called vomitoria, funneled crowds into their seats with astonishing efficiency. The design was so advanced that modern stadiums still echo its principles. For the Romans, this order was essential. The games could attract massive crowds, and chaos would have been dangerous. Instead, the Coliseum moved its audience like clockwork, each person flowing smoothly to their place. The seating reflected Roman society itself. The lowest tiers, closest to the action, were reserved for senators, nobles, and priests. Higher up sat ordinary citizens, with women and slaves confined to the top levels. The amphitheatre was a microcosm of the empire, its very stones arranged to mirror hierarchy. To enter the Coliseum was to be reminded of one's place in Rome. Above the seating rose another marvel, the velarium, a massive canvas awning stretched over the stands to shield spectators from the sun, pipierated by sailors of the imperial fleet. It was controlled with ropes, pulleys, and masts fixed around the outer rim. When unfurled, it shaded much of the crowd, a luxury that demonstrated imperial generosity. For those below in the arena, however, there was no shade only, the blazing sun, adding to their exhaustion and suffering. Beneath the wooden floor of the arena lay the Hypogeum, added later under Emperor Domitian. This subterranean labyrinth contained cages for animals, cells for fighters, and machinery for statecraft. Lifts and trapdoors allowed for sudden appearances, making the games unpredictable and dramatic. The Hypogeum turned the arena into a living stage, capable of transforming in moments from a battlefield to a forest to a menagerie. The construction of the Coliseum was also a demonstration of power over labor. Tens of thousands of slaves and workers toiled on the project, quarrying stone, mixing mortar and hauling materials. Their sweat and lives were the true foundation of the amphitheatre. The grandeur of the finished structure concealed the suffering that built it, just as its spectacles later concealed the suffering of those forced to perform within. When it was completed, the Coliseum stood as the embodiment of Rome itself, vast, ordered, and unshakable. It proclaimed to the world that the empire could command men, materials, and money on a scale no rival could match. It was both gift and warning, generosity and intimidation carved into stone. Yet its very design also ensured that it became a place of death. The efficiency of its corridors funneled victims as easily as spectators. The strength of its walls trapped fighters and animals alike. The Hypogeum below ensured no escape from surprise or terror. The Coliseum's genius was not only in its scale, but in how perfectly it served its grim purpose. For the Romans, the construction was proof of greatness. For those who entered the arena, it was proof that Rome had built a machine too powerful to resist. Survival was never its goal. Its stones were set for spectacle, and its design was carved for death. The genius of the Colosseum was not only in its size or materials, but in how it managed people and power. The Romans were masters of order, and the amphitheatre was designed to control the flow of tens of thousands of spectators with efficiency and authority. Every arch, stairway, and tear served a purpose, reflecting the discipline of Rome itself. At its core, the Colosseum was a machine for movement. 80 entrances, each numbered, funneled spectators directly to their assigned seats. The design eliminated confusion. A citizen could arrive at the amphitheatre, glance at his ticket, and find his place without wandering. The vomitory arched passageways leading into the stanzal, the arena to fill or empty in less than 15 minutes. In a city prone to riots, such precision was essential. Crowds were entertained, but they were also managed. The seating plan reinforced social hierarchy. Senators and magistrates sat in the front rows, their togas gleaming in full view of the emperor. Behind them came equestrians, Rome's wealthy business class. Ordinary citizens filled the middle tiers, while women, foreigners, and slaves were confined to the highest and least desirable seats. Each tier reflected one's position in Roman society, reminding everyone that even in entertainment, Rome was built on hierarchy. Control extended beyond where people sat. The emperor's box dominated the arena, positioned to command the best view and the gaze of the crowd. Every eye could see him, framed like a god dispensing justice. His presence reminded spectators that the games were not only gifts of entertainment, but acts of imperial authority. To cheer in the Colosseum was to acknowledge his power. The flow of performers was also carefully controlled. Gladiators, Venatores, and prisoners entered through specific gates. The Porta Triumphalis served as the grand entrance for fighters and animals, while the Porta Libertinensis was reserved for the dead, carrying bodies out for disposal. These gates symbolized the cycle of glory and death, one leading in with hope, the other leading out with silence. Participants had no freedom of movement. Their paths were dictated by architecture, their fates mirrored in stone. The Hypogeum, the underground system of tunnels and chambers, further reinforced this control. Cages for animals, cells for men, and lifts for scenery ensured that performers were kept invisible until the moment of their appearance. For those waiting in the dark, the uncertainty was crushing. They had no control over when the gates would open, when the lift would rise, or when they would be thrust into the light. The architecture itself was an instrument of fear. Even the details of design carried psychological weight. The massive walls, rising stories above the arena, trapped sound inside, amplifying the roar of the crowd. Fighters heard every cheer, every cry for death, pressing down on them with relentless force. The oval shape ensured that no one could escape the gaze of the audience. To fight in the Coliseum was to be utterly exposed, hemmed in by stone, sound, and eyes. The design also minimized rebellion. With spectators seated in strict tiers and performers controlled through hidden tunnels, there was little chance of chaos. Soldiers were stationed discreetly within the stands, ready to intervene if unrest broke out. The architecture created not only a place for spectacle, but also a fortress of order. One where the crowd could be inflamed by violence, yet never threaten the stability of the event. For the Romans, this precision reflected their values. The Colosseum embodied discipline, hierarchy, and controlled the same principles that sustained their legions and empire. To attend the games was not only to watch violence, but to sit within an ordered system that reminded citizens of their place and their rulers' supremacy. For those forced into the arena, however, this architecture offered no escape. The same design that made entry efficient and seating orderly ensured that participants were trapped. The vomitoria that funneled citizens out swiftly were barred to gladiators. The Hypogeum that delivered animals dramatically was also their prison. The walls that amplified cheers also amplified fear. Thus, the architecture of the Colosseum was more than stone. It was control made physical. It moved crowds, displayed hierarchy, magnified imperial authority, and trapped victims in a system where survival was nearly impossible. The genius of Rome lay not only in building monuments, but in building systems. And in the Colosseum, that system ensured that once you entered the arena, you had little chance of leaving it alive. When spectators looked upon the Colosseum, they saw soaring arches, endless tiers of seats, and the vast expanse of the arena. But the true marvel of Roman engineering lay hidden beneath the wooden floor. The Hypogeum, a labyrinth of tunnels, cages, and machinery that transformed the amphitheatre into a living stage. It was here, in the shadows, that the games were prepared, and it was here that the machinery of death was perfected. The Hypogeum, added under Emperor Domitian in the late 1st century AD, stretched beneath the entire arena. It consisted of 2 levels of corridors, holding cells, animal cages, and storage rooms. Stone walls and wooden partitions divided the space, while trapdoors and lifts connected it to the sand above. To walk in the Hypogeum was to move through the backstage of Rome's grandest theatre, a place where men and beasts waited in darkness, listening for the moment they would be thrust into light. At its core were the elevators and trapdoors, using a system of pulleys, winches, and counterweights. Workers could raise animals, fighters, or scenery into the arena. A lion might suddenly appear from the floor, charging at an unsuspecting gladiator. A tree could rise from the sand, transforming the arena into a forest. The crowd marveled at these illusions, unaware of the dozens of slaves straining at ropes below. The suddenness of these appearances heightened drama, making the games feel unpredictable and theatrical. The Hypogeum also contained cages for animals, often cramped and dark. Lions, leopards, bears, and even elephants were confined in terrifying conditions, agitated before release to ensure aggression. Handlers starved or provoked them, knowing that the crowd wanted ferocity, not docility. For the beasts, the Hypogeum was a place of torment. Their first sight of daylight often came in the arena itself, under the gaze of thousands, with no chance of survival. For humans awaiting their fate, the Hypogeum was no less cruel. Gladiators, Venatores, and condemned criminals were held in chambers until their time came. They could hear the crowd above the thrum of instruments, the cries of dying men. They could smell the blood seeping through the sand. The trapdoors and lifts meant that they never knew when it would be their turn. One moment they sat in darkness. The next they were under blinding light, surrounded by roaring voices, with death before them. The machinery was not only functional, it was psychological. Its hidden nature meant that the arena seemed magical to spectators. Beasts appeared as if conjured, fighters emerged suddenly, and scenery shifted seamlessly. This sense of wonder kept audiences enthralled, masking the immense labor and cruelty that powered the illusions. For participants, however, the machinery stripped away control. They did not walk into the arena they were delivered, raised like offerings into a world designed to consume them. Operating the Hypogeum required a small army of workers, mostly slaves. Dozens pulled ropes, turned winches, and managed gates. Their work was grueling and dangerous. A snapped rope or jammed mechanism could kill. Yet they were invisible to the crowd. Above, thousands cheered the wonders of Roman engineering. Below, hundreds sweated and strained to maintain the illusion. The Hypogeum also reveals the scale of Roman ambition. The games were not merely fights, they were productions, scenery, animals, and men were moved with precision, timed to create maximum drama. The Coliseum was less a stage of chance than a carefully scripted theater, where engineering guaranteed that spectacle never faltered. For the Romans, this hidden machinery was proof of their superiority. No other civilization could build such a structure, combining architecture, engineering, and violence on such a scale. The Hypogeum symbolized control over nature, over slaves, over life and death itself. For those trapped within, however, it was a nightmare. The darkness of the tunnels, the stench of animals, the The clatter of machinery all reminded them that they were not actors in a play, but pieces in a machine. Once inside, they had no agency. The lifts would rise, the gates would open, and their lives would end above, consumed by spectacle. The Coliseum's hidden engineering was its most terrifying feature. It made death efficient, seamless, and theatrical. It ensured that no matter how many lives the arena consumed, the show would go on. And for the men and beasts waiting in the Hypogeum, it meant that survival was never the point. They were not participants. They were inventory, waiting to be spent for the crowd's pleasure. The Coliseum dazzled with spectacle, but behind the roars of the crowd lay staggering expense. To stage a single day of games required immense sums of money, manpower, and resources. Far from being spontaneous entertainment, the spectacles were a calculated investment, paid for by emperors or wealthy elites, eager to display their generosity and secure political loyalty. The most obvious cost was construction and maintenance. The amphitheatre itself, built under the Flavian emperors, consumed fortunes in stone, labor, and engineering expertise. But once built, it demanded constant upkeep, seating, staircases, and the velarium required repairs. The wooden floor of the arena had to be replaced after heavy use. The hypogeums, machinery, pulleys, lifts, and gates needed maintenance to prevent accidents. Just keeping the amphitheatre functional was a massive, ongoing expense. Staging the games themselves was even costlier. Consider the animals: lions, leopards, elephants, crocodiles, and bears were captured across the empire and transported to Rome. This process involved hunters, transport ships, handlers, and food for the animals on long journeys. Many beasts died before arriving, making those that survived even more expensive. Once in Rome, they required constant feeding and housing until their day of death in the arena. Each animal represented a financial investment measured in silver and human lives. Gladiators also came at a cost. Though often slaves or prisoners of war, they required training, food, and housing in gladiator schools, Ludus. Their instructors, weapons, and medical care all had to be funded. Successful gladiators were valuable. Their survival meant profits for their owners. When they died, it was a financial loss. Some wealthy elites who staged games actually borrowed fighters from schools, paying owners fees to use them, much like renting performers. The scale of expense grew with the ambition of the spectacle. When emperors wanted to outdo their predecessors, they staged larger hunts, grander executions, and bloodier battles. Titus, at the Coliseum's opening in 80 AD, allegedly staged 100 days of games, during which thousands of animals and men perished. Trajan, celebrating victory in Dacia, went even further. Ancient sources claim his festival lasted 123 days, involving over 11,000 animals and 10,000 fighters. Even if exaggerated, these numbers reveal the scale of wealth poured into the arena. Beyond direct costs, there were hidden expenses. The logistics of housing animals, training fighters, and maintaining slaves required entire industries. Blacksmiths crafted weapons and armor. Carpenters built stage sets. Farmers supplied grain for gladiators and fodder for animals. The economy of death extended far beyond the Colosseum's walls, creating jobs and consuming resources from across the empire. So why spend so much? For emperors, the games were political investment. By funding spectacles, they bought popularity and secured loyalty. A ruler who gave free bread and dazzling circuses distracted the masses from hunger or discontent. The games were propaganda in action. Each animal slain, each criminal executed, each gladiator spared or killed reinforced the emperor's generosity and power. Wealthy citizens also paid for games, often to advance careers. Aspiring politicians staged spectacles to win favor, bankrupting themselves to gain public support. To provide bloodshed was to buy influence. Roman society expected leaders to give back through public entertainment, and those who failed appeared miserly or weak. For the ordinary Roman, the cost was hidden. Admission to the games was free, a gift from emperor or patron. Bread was sometimes distributed alongside tickets, turning a day at the Coliseum into both feast and festival. But the true price was paid in taxes, in plunder from wars, and in the blood of those forced to fight. The scale of spending shocked even some Romans. Writers like Seneca criticized the waste, calling the spectacles excessive and corrupting. But their voices were rare. For most, the grandeur of the games justified the cost. After all, nothing displayed Rome's might more vividly than the ability to kill thousands of men and beasts simply to entertain its citizens. Yet, for the participants, the expense meant little. Whether lion or gladiator, they were part of the investment, bought, trained, transported, and ultimately consumed. Their value lay not in their lives, but in their role as commodities of spectacle. To the crowd, their deaths were free. To the empire, they were costly. To themselves, they were priceless and lost. The Colosseum was thus more than a monument of stones. It was a monument of wealth, where fortunes were poured into death. And for those sent into its sand, the lesson was clear. The games were too valuable to stop. Their blood was the price of Rome's power, and their survival was never the point. Behind the roaring spectacle of the Colosseum lay a cold financial reality. Gladiators were not only fighters, but investments. They were trained, housed, and maintained much like racehorses or prize fighters. Their value depended on skill, reputation, and longevity. And the men who owned or managed them called. Lannis treated them less as individuals and more as assets within an economy of blood. Training began in the Ludi Gladiatori, the gladiator schools scattered across the empire. These institutions resembled military barracks crossed with prisons. New recruits, often slaves, criminals, or prisoners of war, were purchased cheaply, sometimes in bulk. Each represented potential profit if properly trained. Some schools were run by private Lannister, while others were Rome's largest gladiator school, the Ludus Magnus, sat directly beside the Coliseum. its underground tunnel connecting fighters to the arena. Once inside the school, the investment began. Gladiators required specialized diets, often heavy in barley and beans, to build strength and stamina. They received medical care from physicians, not out of mercy, but to protect the money spent on them. Equipments, swords, shields, helmets had to be purchased and maintained. Instructors drilled recruits daily, teaching them discipline, tactics, and how to die well if defeat came. Every coin spent was a wager that the fighter would one day repay it in the arena. The value of a gladiator grew with experience. A novice was expendable, but a skilled fighter who survived multiple bouts could become a star. His reputation drew crowds, his victories brought glory, and his survival meant ongoing profit. Some gladiators achieved celebrity status, their names carved on walls, their faces known across Rome. Lannister promoted them much like modern managers promote athletes, boasting of their records to attract wages and excitement. Betting was a crucial part of the gladiatorial economy. Spectators placed wagers on matches, creating a secondary market of risk and reward. Skilled fighters drew larger bets, and Lannister sometimes manipulated outcomes to protect their assets. A gladiator too valuable to lose might be spared despite a poor performance, while an unknown might be sacrificed for spectacle. The interplay between money and blood shaped decisions in the arena as much as courage or skill. Manumission or freedom was also tied to financial calculation. A gladiator who survived long enough and impressed both Lannister and crowd could be awarded the Rudis, a wooden sword symbolizing release. Yet even this freedom often came with strings. Many retired fighters returned as trainers, continuing to earn money for their owners. Others voluntarily re-entered the arena, tempted by fame or payment. For some, the life of a gladiator, brutal as it was, offered more security than freedom in poverty. Not all gladiators were slaves. Some volunteers, called octorati, sold themselves into service for payment. Debt, poverty, or ambition drove free men to choose the arena. For them, the Lannisters' investment was even more calculated. A free man signing his life into bondage was a gamble both for himself and his owner. But if he succeeded, he could earn fortunes and notoriety unimaginable in ordinary life. The financial side of gladiators extended even to their deaths. When a fighter was killed, compensation often had to be paid to the Lannister who owned him. This ensured that trainers did not lose their investments recklessly, and that the system remained sustainable. Even in death, gladiators were tallied in ledgers, their value measured in coin as much as courage. This treatment of gladiators as investments reveals the brutal logic of the Coliseum. Men were trained, fed, and cared for, not out of kindness, but because their survival brought profit. Their lives were extended only so that they could risk them again, each fight renewing the cycle of expense and return. For the crowd, this reality was invisible. They saw bravery, spectacle, and blood. For the Lannister, they saw numbers, records, and profit margins. For the gladiator, caught between both worlds, Life was a balance between survival and servitude. In the end, gladiators were commodities in an economy that thrived on violence. They were bought, sold, rented, and killed according to financial logic. Their fame might shine briefly, their victories might echo in chants, but beneath it all, they were assets managed for profit. And like any investment, when their value ended, so did their lives. The Coliseum was not only a monument of stone and blood, it was a marketplace of spectacle. Every roar of the crowd, every animal hunt, every gladiatorial duel was part of an intricate economy that stretched far beyond the arena walls. The games were a business, one that generated profits, advanced careers, and fueled industries across the empire. At the center of this economy stood the Lanistei, the managers of gladiator schools. They purchased, trained, and leased out fighters, profiting from both their victories and their deaths. When wealthy patrons or emperors organized games, they contracted with Lanistei to supply combatants. The Lannister's reputation determined the quality of the show. A school with famous fighters could demand higher fees. In this sense, gladiators were like performers on tours, rented out to create unforgettable spectacles. But the Lanista was only one player in the business of death. The Munerarii, or sponsors of the games, carried immense financial burdens. These were emperors seeking popularity or wealthy citizens pursuing political ambition. By funding spectacles, they displayed their generosity to the people, earning loyalty and admiration. The return was not measured in coin, but in prestige, influence, and power. A senator who staged magnificent games could expect political support. An emperor who provided endless bloodshed secured the devotion of the masses. Around this core were countless supporting industries. Blacksmiths forged weapons and armor for gladiators. Carpenters built stage sets and scenery to transform the arena into forests, deserts, or mythological landscapes. Farmers supplied grain for fighters, diets, and fodder for the animals. Hunters, trappers, and merchants risked their lives to capture lions, leopards, and elephants from the far edges of the empire. Shipowners and traders profited by transporting these beasts to Rome. The spectacle in the arena was only the visible tip of a vast economic network stretching across continents. Even on the day of the games, commerce thrived. Vendors sold food, wine, and souvenirs outside the amphitheatre. Small-scale gambling on gladiator outcomes fueled additional profit, while bookmakers quietly took wagers in the shadows. For many Romans, attending the games was not just about spectacle, but about participating in an event that stimulated the city's economy. The business extended to betting, which became one of the most profitable sidelines of the games. Gladiators with reputations became focal points for wagers. Spectators bet on winners, length of fights, or even whether a man would live or die. Successful gladiators could earn their owners' and backers' fortunes, not only through appearance fees, but through the river of wagers placed on their performances. The outcomes of matches carried financial stakes far beyond the arena floor. The emperor himself was not excluded from this economy. While he spent lavishly to fund games, He also reaped immense political profit. Spectacles distracted the people from hardship, secured loyalty, and reinforced his divine authority. In this sense, the games were investments, costly to stage, but invaluable in the stability they purchased. Bread and circuses were cheaper than rebellion. But perhaps the most striking feature of this business was how it commodified life itself. Men and animals were bought, sold, rented, and consumed like goods. Their value lay not in their humanity or vitality, but in their usefulness to the spectacle. A gladiator was an investment until he died. An animal was an asset until it bled out on the sand. A condemned criminal was a disposable prop for mythological reenactments. Each participant was a unit in an economy of spectacle, their worth measured by the entertainment they provided. For the Romans in the stands, this business was invisible. They saw only the grandeur of the games, the ferocity of the fights, the majesty of the animals. They did not see the contracts signed, the debts incurred, the bets placed, or the labor of countless workers behind the scenes. Yet without this invisible economy, the Coliseum could not have functioned for centuries. For those in the arena, the reality was harsher. They were caught in a system where their lives were currency spent for profit and prestige. They fought, bled, and died not only for entertainment, but for an economy that thrived on their suffering. The Colosseum was thus not only a theater of death, but also an empire of business. It consumed fortunes, created industries, and turned blood into wealth. And for the men and beasts who entered its gates, survival was rare because survival had no value in the business of spectacle. To step into the Colosseum as a gladiator was to enter a world where life balanced on the edge of a blade. Beyond the physical strain of combat, gladiators endured immense psychological pressure. They were forced to live with constant reminders of mortality, their minds shaped as much by fear and spectacle as by the clashing of swords. The first psychological burden was training itself. In the gladiator schools, recruits learned not only techniques of fighting, but also the discipline of obedience. From dawn until dusk, they drilled with weapons, marched and sparred. Harsh instructors demanded not only skill, but resilience. Every lesson reminded them that their lives belonged to others, their lanista, their owner, and ultimately the crowd. Life in the schools was a mixture of security and dread. Gladiators were fed diets designed to build strength, given medical care superior to that of most ordinary Romans, and housed in barracks. On the surface, this suggested care, but the underlying reality was cruel. They were investments, and their comfort existed only to prepare them for death. This knowledge weighed heavily on the mind, as every gladiator understood he was valued not as a man, but as a commodity. The greatest psychological pressure came from the certainty of combat. Unlike soldiers who might survive campaigns, gladiators knew they would fight repeatedly until they were either freed, killed, or too injured to continue. Each fight was a confrontation with death, played out in public. The waiting alone must have been agonizing. To sit in the darkness of the Hypogeum, hearing the crowd roar above, knowing your moment approached. was a torment few could bear calmly. Gladiators also lived under the crushing weight of public judgment. Their survival often depended not on their skill, but on the whim of the crowd and the emperor. A fighter who surrendered awaited the thumbs of thousands. Mercy might be granted, but so might execution. The knowledge that your life hung on the roar of strangers was both terrifying and humiliating. Each man had to perform not only as a warrior but as entertainment, shaping his every movement for approval. This performance created a strange psychological state. Gladiators were trained to embrace stoicism, to face death with courage. Cowardice brought shame, and often death regardless of skill. The ideal gladiator was expected to fight bravely, die honorably, and accept his fate without flinching. The pressure to display fearlessness, even in agony, demanded immense mental strength. For some, this discipline became second nature. For others, it was unbearable. Yet not all gladiators lived in despair. Some embraced the role, finding pride in their skill and fame. Successful fighters could achieve celebrity, admired by the crowd, adored by women, and envied by ordinary men. This recognition could lift spirits, offering a sense of identity beyond servitude. But even glory carried weight. Every victory raised expectations. Every return to the sand risked a fall. To be a famous gladiator was to live with constant pressure to deliver a death-defying performance. The psychological toll also extended beyond the arena. Gladiators formed bonds with each other, knowing they trained, fought, and often died side by side. These friendships could ease the burden of fear, but also deepened grief when comrades fell. The barracks must have been haunted by loss, as each death reminded survivors of their own likely fate. For some, hope came in the form of the rudis, the wooden sword symbolizing freedom. To survive long enough to earn release was rare, but the dream sustained many. Yet this hope was double-edged, for most never achieved it. To fight year after year, watching others die while survival offered no guarantee of freedom, could erode the spirit. The gladiator's mind was thus a battlefield as harsh as the arena itself. Fear, pride, despair, and hope all collided within it. To endure, a fighter had to balance resignation with courage, despair with determination. For some, the discipline forged by training gave them strength. For others, the weight of constant death broke them long before a blade did. In the end, the psychology of the gladiator reveals the Colosseum's true cruelty. It did not only consume bodies, it consumed minds. It demanded men embrace their role as living sacrifices, shaping their thoughts to serve the spectacle. For those in the sand, survival was not just about fighting well. It was about mastering fear, performing courage, and facing death under the gaze of thousands. And in such a world, few minds, like few bodies, endured for long.